this Kahoot, this will kind of finish up. Um, this is 4, 5, and 6. I don't have anything on 20 in here, but this will kind of finish up the first quarter or so of the class and get us positioned to talk about agency. So let's officially wrap this up by Kahooting. And you guys need QR code or a game pin. So there you go. So one of two choices. Good morning. One of two choices. Either scan the QR code. When you scan the QR code, it asks you for your name. If you're not scanning the QR code, then you're going in on the website or the app. If you're going in on the website or the app, then you need a game pin. So the game pin for this Kahoot is at the top there, 4012505. I think somebody told me once that you guys can select and choose your own avatar. Okay, don't take all morning doing that, please. I know that's the fun part, but and I'm okay if you use nicknames in Kahoot. The link in the chat, it's just I can try. Let's see. I don't know if it'll work or not, but www. I don't know if that'll work or not. Just another minute or so to get in. If you want to play, again, if you don't want to play on your phone, you don't have to. I do not make Kahoot mandatory, but hopefully it serves as a good checkpoint and it's fun too. So I hope it's twofold. So if you don't want to play on your phone, if you don't want to play in Kahoot, that's fine. Just play in your mind. And I think, yeah, looks like we got everybody in. All right, you guys ready? Ready, Kahoot? Yay, okay. Kahoot, 4, 5, and 6. Question number 1. The system of legal description that defines a parcel of land by its perimeter is the About 10 more seconds. Legal description that defines it by the perimeter is the meets and bounds. So remember, the meets and bounds starts and ends at the point of beginning. So you start at one corner of the property and you take your tour around the property. Monuments is what tell the surveyor to move. So you walk so many feet this direction, hit a monument, you turn. Walk so many feet that direction, hit a monument and turn, and you're making a tour of the parameters of the property. The rectangular survey system is the governmental system that's used out west, and that's the grid system. So if we're going to put a grid over the map, we'd be using the rectangular survey system. Lot and block system is our plat maps for subdivisions. Let me rephrase that. Lot and block system are our recorded plat maps for our subdivisions. And then the previously recorded deed is information from the most recent deed that gives the legal description if it's available. So the 4 different systems of defining the legal description. North Carolina, our most common one, the one we use most often, is the meets and bounds, which is just a tour of the parameter of the properties. Questions on this one? All right, so let's see what we got out the gate. Who's starting out? Grace. Grace is going to start out, followed by Phil and Dee, Hannah and LaDawn. Question number 2. In a North Carolina real estate transaction, excise taxes are the responsibility of the 10 seconds. Who pays excise taxes? The seller. They tax you when you buy it. They tax you while you own it. And guess what? They're going to tax you one more time when you go to sell it. And that one more time when you go to sell it is the excise tax. Questions on this one? Some of y'all got the real estate agent paying this. No, I'm not paying this. Let's let somebody else pay it. Questions on this one? Okay. Let's see what we got. Shuffled it up a bit. Phil's up, LaDon's up, Dee's still on the board. Cody and Aubrey are on the board. Abby is our highest climber. She's up 7 places this round. Question number 3. Which of the following deeds contains no express or implied warranties? No warranties. Ten seconds. The no warranty deed. Ooh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. It's our quitclaim deed. Yes. Gotcha. Yes, the non-warranty deed is the quitclaim deed. No express or implied warranties. Pretty much, you guys, the quitclaim deed says, what I got, you get. So if I got nothing, what you gonna get? Nothing. Quitclaim deeds are used if people get married, if people get divorced, to create an easement, maybe a correction. We're not using quitclaim deeds to convey a property. General warranty deed has the most warranties. This is the best one for the buyer because of the warranties offered. Special warranty deed has some warranties, not as many. And then the trustee's deed also has some warranties, not as many, but that's going to be handled when we have a trustee or an attorney handling the affairs on behalf of the owner. Questions on this one? Shuffle it up again. So Dee's on top now. Cody came up. Aubrey's on fire. You should have a little fire symbol on your phone. Yulie and Sarah on the board. Question number 4. Which of the following is an essential element of a valid North Carolina deed? Eight seconds. What makes for a valid deed? Let's look at page 87. Let's please all go back at 87 because it's important that we understand. So first off, can anybody remind me who is determining the validity of a deed?
The
Who's that?
judge.
The judge, that's right. So when the judge is determining the validity of a deed, the judge is looking for certain essential elements. And the elements that the judge is looking for are on page 87. These are what are considered those required ingredients, like when we're baking a cake, and the things that must appear on the deed in order for the judge to determine the validity. So we see things like the deed must be in writing. The grantor needs legal capacity. The grantee needs to be named. Words of conveyance, legal description signed by the grantor, and then accepted by the grantee. That is what the judge is looking for to say yes or no, this deed is valid. Now, as we discussed, sometimes when you bake cake, don't you like to add things to cake like icing and whipped cream and ice cream, whatever else you want to add? Is icing a required ingredient for cake? Nah, icing is an add-on, it's a benefit, right? So what we're looking at, flip to page 88. What we're looking at on page 88 is the icing. The judge is not looking for the icing. The judge is looking for the cake. The fact that deeds absolutely are recorded, they all are, absolutely. But the fact that they're recorded is not because it makes or breaks a valid deed. The fact that we record a deed is because of the North Carolina Connor Act. And that's what we need to make sure that we're clear on. Who tells us what we have to do? Judge determines the validity by looking for the essential elements. The Connor Act says, yeah, you need to take this one step further and record it. Questions on this one? See what happens in our shuffle things up a bit. Cody's up, Aubrey's up, still on fire. D's on the board, LaDon and Dia, D or Dia are on the board. By the way, I always apologize if you say your name wrong. Please help me. I want to make sure I get it right. Question number 5, restrictive covenants. Eight seconds. Covenants are pertinent, which means what? Covenants do what? They run with the land. So when somebody sells their property to somebody else, covenants remain. When the developer creates covenants, they build the very last house, put the last nail in, and they are done. They leave that development. Guess what? The covenants stay behind. The covenants apply to, and they're binding to all successive owners. The first one has to follow the covenants, the second one, the third one, the 50th one. Questions on this one? Every once in a long while, let's address this mustard color one. Every once in a long while, you hear about a judge editing or updating the courts, a covenant. We don't need to go into this with the mentality, though, that they can be changed, because changing a covenant is no easy feat. You need all the homeowners on board, right? I mean, it's not like you can look at your buyers and say, well, I understand you want to put a fence up, but the covenants say no fence. So why don't you just go ahead and buy this house, and then you can fight to get a fence up? Let's not let our buyers believe that this is an easy process. Can it be done? Yes, but it takes an act of the entire homeowners, HOA, community. You're with me? It's no easy feat, you guys. So the last thing we want to do is give some kind of impression to our buyers and sellers that this can be done no problem. Questions on that? All right, let's see. Aubrey and Cody are vying for top place. Aubrey's on top, Cody, LaDon's up, Dia's up, Sarah. Ashley is our highest climber. You're up 4 places this round. Number 6, the primary intent of zoning ordinances is to 10 seconds. The primary intent is to control the land, to control how the members of their area use the land. They may have restricted uses. They may have things you can and can't do. Remember, you guys, with zoning, it's all about that master plan. And whatever zoning we have today, whatever zoning we approve today, all answers the question, does this fit into our master plan? Does this fit with where we see ourselves in 20 years? Zoning is public land use controls, covenants, protected residential neighborhoods. Well, covenants are private land use controls. Buffer zonings, protecting residential from commercial. This is a type of zoning. That's our buffer zoning, but this isn't the primary intent of zoning. There's got to be control over what we do with the land. It's interesting zoning conversation, isn't it? Because in unit 2, I stood here and said, if you own fee simple absolute, and by the way, 99% of the time we own fee simple absolute. And that's that highest form of ownership. You own it all. You own the land and the air and the ground below. You do whatever you want to, can't you? Well, within reason, you still can't violate the laws and the rules. You still can't violate zoning. So yes, you can do whatever you want to with your property as long as you're in these confines of zoning, as long as you're following the rules. Questions on this one? Oh, LaDawn's getting in that mix. So Aubrey's still on top. LaDawn's up. Cody, Sarah, and Kiki are on the board. Victoria D is our highest answer streak of 4. Again, you should see, I think you see a little flame on your phone when it comes up here. Last question. Which of the following best describes a variance? Got 8 seconds. What is a variance? It's permission to break the rules. How many property owners can ask for a variance? How many? And only one. Always one and only one. If you have more than one, you're dealing with a special use permit or a spot zoning. So with a variance, one homeowner is going to the zoning board and saying, because of your zoning ordinances, I cannot use my land. Let me prove to you my hardship because of your rules. May I please have permission to break the rules? May I please be offered issued a variance? Questions on this one?
I think it's sometimes the way they word the questions that confuse me. Because I mean, I knew a variance was for one person. So when I read, I was between red and green. So, but when I stuck on green because it said the area, which told me it could have been like a specific area for that one person.
And it's not an amendment. An amendment would be a change. So you're not asking for a change. You're asking for permission. So I agree with you. I agree with you completely. It's sometimes the way that they word it. And this is why we have you guys doing lots and lots and lots and lots of practice quizzes, so you can get used to these wordings, so you can start interpreting these different questions. Anything else before we do the big reveal? Let's see our podium winners. The 3rd place podium winner this round is Phil. Clint came back up. Our 2nd place is Kiki. And our 1st place podium winner is Cody. Look at you guys creeping back up. Aubrey and Victoria are our runners up. Good Kahoot though, you guys. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this the other day, but Back in the day when we were in person, I would get candy bars for my podium winners. Once we went on Zoom, that got a little bit harder for me to do because, so I will say my candy bar budget greatly increased when we went on Zoom. But with that being said, why don't all of you make yourself a note right now? Go out this afternoon and get yourself a candy bar. You deserve it. You worked hard. So go candy bar shopping today. Fair enough? Of your choice, of your choosing. Sometimes you deserve a candy bar, dang it. So that day is today. Questions, comments?
It really is about going with your gut. The ones that I got wrong were always in between two, and I talked myself out of the gut decision. So I was just, if anyone else was feeling that way.
And again, these are great points, and I appreciate you guys sharing all this because I do think it helps your peers. So, on the test, let's talk about tests super quick. On the test for both exams, you have the ability to bookmark a question. So if you read the question and you don't know the answer right away, maybe you think, gosh, is this A or C? I don't know. You have the ability to bookmark it and move on and then come back to it, when you can spend more time on it. So my recommendation for taking the exams, taking your practice quizzes, is just first go through it. If you know the answer, put it down and go to the next one. If you don't, that's the one you bookmark it. Once you've answered it, you're done. You're done with that question. So you're only revisiting the ones that you don't know right away. That's one way you're going to eliminate by going back and second guessing yourself. It amazes me how many times, and I do it too. I say, Julie, are you kidding me? It amazes me how many times, like you guys say, you can talk yourself out of the right answer choice. So if you read it and you know it's C, why are you going back to it? You guys with me? The only ones we're going back to are the ones that we're not sure. And guys, let me say this too. You can use these tests to your advantage. So if you bookmark a question, you may see a future question that triggers something. You know what I'm saying? So use these, they're all independent. Every time you see a new question, you start with a clean slate. But if you can use the test, use an advantage and help trigger, that may help you answer some of those bookmarks. So it's about creating a strategy. And again, this is why we ask you guys, this is why we provide you with quizzes so we can get your strategizing before the test. So thank you guys for sharing that. Yes, ma'am, Kiki.
I was gonna say, like, even on some of the quizzes, like, as you go through them, the latter questions sometimes answer the previous questions.
There you go. So we can definitely use it to our advantage, can't we? If we're looking at it. So make notes, guys. You get scratch papers on both tests. And if number 23, there's a word in number 23 that you're not sure of, write that word down and circle it. And if you see it on number 38, you know that's the one you need to go back to. You see what I'm saying? Don't rely on your little brain on test day. Use your scratch paper. Again, back in the day we were in person, blew my mind how many people after the exam handed me back blank scratch paper. I'm like, how in the world do you do math in your mind? I can't do that. So you have a great tool there in scratch paper. Utilize it. Yes, ma'am, Victoria.
Are the Kahoots going to be available anywhere to review those questions?
So no, but we are recording. So you can go back. Yep, you can go back on the YouTube channel. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody asked, is the test online? Our end of class exam, yes, it is online. So we will talk about the very last thing that we talk about is the rules and expectations for our exam. So what we want to make sure we're all on the same page on test day. But yes, you guys on test day will log on to Zoom like you always do. And when it comes time to give you the test, I will put the link to the exam in the chat. So when it's time to begin, you guys will access the test via that. Your state exam is in person, and there are testing centers located all over the state of North Carolina. We're going to talk about that process. We're going to talk about applying for your license, getting ready for your state exam, all of that after Unit 10. I usually do it about halfway through-ish. So Unit 10 is a good midpoint. So we'll talk about the process for you to apply for your state exam, submit your application, all that stuff. How long does it take for today's recording to be posted on YouTube? It depends. Zoom's got to do its thing and make it available, and then YouTube has to upload, and upload and download are two different things. So typically, unless I have any hiccups with the internet, Zoom or YouTube, typically I can have it on you guys like by the time you're eating dinner tonight, if not sooner. Of course, keeping in mind if we run into any hiccups, we just need to, but I try to get it on for you guys late afternoon, early evening, so you have it. Good morning. Couple quick reminders, a couple things I want to say. Actually, I jumped the gun. I guess I got really excited about getting into Unit 7 and I jumped the gun. So, quick reminder number 1. Next week, we're going to go till 2 on Tuesday, and then we do not have class on Thursday. Does everybody see that? So we meet on Tuesday, 9 to 2, and then we get a little break. What a great opportunity to get yourself caught up if you're not. I'm giving you the gift of time. How often do you get that gift? So if you have next Thursday's class on your schedule, thinking that you were going to come to class Thursday morning, you already got that time set aside. So why don't you use it to get yourself caught up? We will be well into the throes of agency, about to wrap it up. So this would be a great checkpoint, a great opportunity for you guys to get caught up. And I'll remind you on Tuesday as well. But please make a note, no class next Thursday. Questions, comments on that? Sometimes I get asked why, and I don't mind sharing with you guys. We got a real estate educators conference next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we all get together and talk about what we can do to do better. Sorry.
I thought you did it specifically for my birthday, Julie. So
is that your birthday?
yeah. I looked at the schedule and I was like, what are the odds?
And the other reason why we don't have class next Thursday is because it's Aubrey's birthday. So happy early birthday.
It's my
Aubrey,
wife's birthday too.
Oh, really? Happy birthday.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
is there another one?
yeah, my wife.
That's crazy. So ease up on the birthday celebrations. Don't go crazy, right? Because you still got to study. And so that's our schedule next week. Again, I remind you guys on Tuesday because we are here on Tuesday. The other thing I wanted to share with you guys, I've been talking a lot since, well, not a lot, but I've been talking some since we've been together about the weight of the material. Some materials more heavily tested than other. Some units you're going to see more test questions than other. And I think it's really important that you guys know where I get my information. What gives me the right to say that units 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested units? So I want to share with you guys. And I actually get my information from 2 sources. The first place I get my information, if we look in the welcome section, we have the syllabus. Remember, you guys, this class follows a syllabus. The Real Estate Commission says that if we cover everything on the syllabus, we will have covered everything you need to know for your state exam. So with that being said, I wrote this class with the syllabus in my hand. So if we're talking about it, is it a good candidate for your state exam? Yeah, that's why we're here. Within the syllabus, and I'll let you guys look at this. Again, you have it available in the welcome section, and I'll let you guys look at this. But if we scroll down a little bit on page 4, the syllabus explains that they label the material, and they call it either a level 1 material, a level 2 material, or a level 3 material. So the syllabus explains what these different levels means. In this class, we don't talk about levels. Instead, what we talk about is green star for level 1, yellow star for level 2, and red star for level 3. So where do I get the colors for my stars? The syllabus tells me. The syllabus tells us what level we need to know. Level 3 is our analysis, our deep understanding. Level 2 is our application. We can apply it in a situation. And level 1 is that basic define the word, define the concept. So this is one source the syllabus identifies. No, let me take that back. The Real Estate Commission identifies the various levels of material. So if you're interested in those stars, you can find the breakdown, the explanations here in the syllabus. The second place I get my information is from the Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina booklet. Again, this is also in the welcome section. You guys got this in the email from Lane when you signed up for this class. So when you register, she sent you an email with about how you can get your book and all this other good stuff. And she included this booklet as well. This is the booklet that answers the question. Yay, I passed Julie's test. Now what do I do? This is where the booklet takes up. This is what we're going to talk about after Unit 10, when we talk about applying for your state license, going to the testing center, all that. We're going to do a deep dive on this little booklet. How many of you looked this over so far? A couple of you? Good. I would check it out. There's good stuff in here. Again, we'll talk about it after Unit 10. Within this booklet, if we fast forward to page 16, or 18, I guess, I don't know. Yes, 16 on the booklet. A question I get often is, how do we know what to expect on our state exam? And check out page 16. It gives you the different topics, and then it tells you how many questions can you expect to see. So this helps us determine how much time we're going to spend in each unit. The topics you're looking at here correspond to the syllabus. So if you want to know what each topic is, you just relate to the syllabus. This is, for example, this is Unit 1. This is Unit 13. This is Unit 16. And this is Unit 18. So 4 units where you're going to see no more than 3 questions. You guys want to spend a lot of time on those 4 units? You're only going to see 3 questions. These are the ones we're going to get through pretty quickly. Let's look ahead a little bit. Let's fast forward and come down to brokers, relationships, and responsibilities, which is where we're heading in Unit 7. Now you're getting ready to see 22 questions. This is why we're going to spend a lot more time in Unit 7 than we will spend in Unit 13. So with the weight of the material, they tell us, they give us this information. So we use this to help determine our time, how much time we're going to spend on material, how in depth we're going to get. You guys can use this when you're getting ready to go for your state exam to help you know where to focus your energy, help you know where to study. I don't want you spending all your study time on basic house construction. I want you to look it over so you can get those 1 or 2 test questions, but I want you spending your focus, your energy on the heavily tested units. And so this is 7, this is 8, this is 9, and this is 10. So here's your heavily tested units, 7, 8, 9, and 10, right there.
Julie,
So
I'm sorry.
it's important. I'm sorry. I just think it's important that you guys know why I say this. It's not just me making this stuff up. This is us helping you guys determine your study time, know where to spend your study time. Yes, Phil, thank you for your patience. Yes.
So sorry. Does the class final exam mirror the state, meaning it's heavily weighted on those sections as well? I assume it is, but
Yes,
don't-
yes.
okay.
Now, I don't know if the numbers are exactly the same, Phil, to your
Right.
point, right?
Right.
But does it mirror? Is my exam heavily tested on 7, 8, 9, and 10? Yep.
Okay,
Yep,
thank
great
you.
question. Thank you. So you could also use this as a basis for getting yourself ready for our exam as well. Other questions or comments on my sources? Syllabus. And the one thing you guys are going to learn in real estate, if we can make an acronym out of it, we're going to. It's been 20 some years since I spoke a whole sentence. So I don't call it the Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina booklet, whatever. We refer to it as Relink. I try to say real estate licensing in North Carolina until we get familiar with Relink. If I do use an acronym, I'll let you guys know what it means. But by golly, if we can speak in an acronym in this industry, we're going to. So Relink is just one of our, but it's the booklet that says, yay, I passed the exam. Now what do I, the end of class exam, now what do I need to do to get ready for my state exam? And again, we'll talk about this. We'll go through this booklet after Unit 10. Anything else? All right, let's talk about agency. Unit 7. Guys, these first few slides, I'm not in the book yet. These first few slides, we're not going to be moving the slides much. So these first few slides, let's just have a conversation to get into Unit 7. So Unit 7 is our brokers, relationships, law, and practice. I need us to understand, especially, how many of you going into residential sales or commercial sales? You're working with buyers and sellers. Probably most of you. Anybody going into property management, landlords and tenants? A smaller handful of you, more typical. Yep. So no matter what avenue you're going, I need us to take a few steps back here and understand what's going on. Creating and understanding and practicing agency correctly is very, very important. Houses and rent are big ticket items, yes? We are helping people purchase, presumably, the biggest purchase of their lives. And guys, understand this. Once it's done, once it's closed and it's a done deal, through the eyes of your buyer, there are no takebacks. There are no returns. Once it's a done deal, it is a done deal. This isn't Amazon where you get 60-day free return policy. You can't take it back. And we are helping buyers and sellers navigate through that transaction. As mentioned before, I am a fact finder. My job is to help gather the information for my clients to make an informed decision. I'm not the one buying this house. I'm not the one that gets to pay the mortgage. I'm not the one that gets to maintain it, live here for 10, 12, 30 years, whatever. I'm assisting the people that are doing that. Is this making sense? So it's important that we start this relationship early by properly creating and explaining our agency so we can define our relationship early. And that's what this unit is about, is creating and understanding and practicing agency. So we're going to explain agency. We're going to talk about the several different types of relationships that we may have with buyers and sellers. We're going to talk about the difference between a customer and a client, and we're going to differentiate the difference between those and what my role as the broker is for each. We're going to spend some time talking about specifically about what a material fact is, what is not a material fact, and why that's important. And then the last little piece of this unit, we're going to discuss working with real estate agents disclosure. We will not get through Unit 7 today. Unit 7 is that dense. We will not get through it today. So wherever we get today is where we're going to pick up tomorrow. Now, I understand with agency and working with buyers and sellers and landlords and tenants, probably the number one question you have on your mind right now is, that's nice, but when do I get paid? And I need you guys to slow down. We do not talk about your commission, when you get paid, how you get paid, until Unit 8. I will get you paid. But before you get paid, you got to create and understand agency. So is everybody with me? Please do not ask me about your commission in Unit 7. I'm telling you right now, my answer is going to be, we will talk about it in Unit 8. Fair enough? If you don't properly create agency, I can't get you paid. If you don't understand agency, you may not get paid. So what happens before you can get paid? Unit 7. So with Unit 7, again, I'm not in the book yet. We're just going to have a conversation. about some terms. I want to introduce you to some ideas. We will see these defined in the unit, so you don't have to write it down just yet. You can write it down later if you choose. The first thing we need to understand, North Carolina is a caveat emptor state. Here's your Latin lesson for the day. Caveat emptor means let the buyer beware. In North Carolina, the seller does not have a duty to disclose any information about the property. The seller doesn't have to tell the buyer anything about the property. Caveat emptor says in North Carolina, the responsibility to learn about the property is on the buyer. And when the buyer hires an agent, we take on that responsibility with them. The seller may choose to disclose, but they don't have to disclose much. So caveat emptor, this is where we are in North Carolina. Also in North Carolina, homes are sold as is. The seller's not required to do repairs. They can agree to do repairs. Buyers can ask sellers to do repairs, but they're under no obligation. They're under no requirement. They don't have to change a light bulb if they don't want to. Homes are sold as is unless negotiated otherwise. Please always remember, you guys, anything is negotiable as long as it's legal. Also understand too, you guys ready for, I'm getting ready to tell you something. You ready to have your mind blown? There is no such thing as a perfect home. What? Every single home has problems. Every single home has issues, even new construction. Humans build it. Do humans make mistakes? We do it every day, don't we? There is no such thing as a perfect home. So let's step back. What I'm telling you right now is the seller is selling their imperfect home. They're not required to disclose and they're not required to repair. The responsibility and the onus is on the buyer. We'll talk more about that. Another thing I think is really important we wrap our brains around early. The buyers and sellers don't hire the individual agent. They hire the firm. The agency relationship is between the buyer seller and the firm. Now, once you get licensed, all of us brokers, we run around all over the place talking about my buyer and my seller. It's not really accurate, is it? You'll do it too, I promise, because that's just the verbiage that we use. But it's so important that we understand it ain't your buyer. It ain't your seller. It is the firm's. The firm allows you to work with their buyer and their seller. So the agency relationship is with the firm. They allow you to work with their consumer. A little bit about commission. And a typical real estate transaction, residential, in a typical residential transaction, the seller pays all the commission to the listing firm. The listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. One thing we will learn in Unit 8 is that commission is negotiable. We will learn that. Seller and firm, listing firm, agree. When you sell my house, this is how much I'm going to pay you. Once I sell your house, I'm going to take my commission and I'm going to share it with the person or the firm that brought us the buyer. An example of what wouldn't be a typical residential transaction would be the for sale by owner. The for sale by owner didn't hire a firm. The for sale by owner chose to sell it on their own. Whether or not the for sale by owner is going to pay you if you bring the buyer, whether or not they're going to pay you, depends on them. It's up to them. But let's understand this about our commission right now. We will look at our agency agreements in Unit 8. So we'll look at those agreements that we use to create agency. both agency agreements have to spell out how much I expect to get paid when I complete the job. And that does include my buyer's agency agreement. So if the for sale by owner is not going to pay me, there's only two parties in the transaction, right? Buyer and seller. So if the FSBO is not going to pay me, who's left? The buyer. So we'll talk about how you can get paid. We will talk about how you come to that agreement with your commission. We will talk about that when we get to Unit 8. The other thing is we've been saying we are fact finders only. I'm not the one buying this house. I'm not the one that gets to make the mortgage payments. I'm not the one that gets to put a new roof on it. I get asked all the time by buyers, well, what do you think, Julie? I don't think my opinion really matters. This is what I know, you guys. I'm helping you gather the information so you can make that informed decision. We don't know each other that well yet, but I think it's safe to say that every single one of us on this call has different family dynamics underneath our roof. And I can't tell you if your family dynamics are going to fit in this house or not. I can tell you if my family dynamics would work or not. Does this make sense? My opinion, I can say this looks like a nice house, but my opinion about what do you think, should I buy this? I don't know what you guys do under the roof, and I can't answer that for you. So this is what we say, we're a fact finder. We're helping them gather the facts so they can make that informed decision. The other thing I want to mention, again, back to the verbiage. You guys are already learning how to speak broker. We have our own little language over here, and we're teaching you how to speak that language. And in speaking that language, it's important that we understand a couple terms that are going to help us identify our roles. What you're called may depend on who you're working with. So the left-hand side first are those of us working with the buyer. You could be referred to as the buyer's agent or the buyer's firm. You will be referred to from the commission in the forms that we use as the selling agent or the selling firm. On the right-hand side, we're working with sellers, often referred to as the seller's agent or the seller's firm. But you will also be referred to as the listing agent and the listing firm. Please pay attention to those ings and ers. The ing is the verb. The ing is the activity that you're doing. So when you're working with the seller, you are listing the property for sale. When you're working with the buyer, you are selling them the home. This is the verbiage used when we look at forms in Unit 8. This is the verbiage used on the forms. This is the verbiage the commission uses. It's the agents that say buyer's agent and seller's agent. The official is selling and listing. So please, as we start and introduce you to this, pay attention to the ings. That's the verb. Give you just a second. I would jot this down, take a picture, screenshot, something. Of course, you got my PowerPoints in the online learning system. We'll see this exact same slide a couple more times, just so we can help, especially when we get into Unit 8 and we start looking at our forms, we'll see this again. Questions? The other thing we start getting into in Unit 7 is specific license law and commission rules. License law is North Carolina General Statute. Commission rules are those created by the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Licensees have to follow both license law and commission rule. Now, I don't ask you guys to read license law and commission rule. We'll talk what I do want you guys to read in just a bit. With that being said, there is one commission rule that I think you should read. And that commission rule, and I'll show you in a second where I have it available for you. Commission Rule A.0104 is the rule about our agency agreements and our agency disclosure. And I'll show you in just 1 second what where you can find it. But I think you guys should read A.0104. It's like 2.5 pages. It's rule. I'm not going to lie. It's not a fun read. It's rule. Have you ever sat down and tried to read law before? Boring. This is not pleasure reading. You break it up into sections, break it up into chunks. Once you read it, I think you should read it a second time. After you read it a second time, why stop there? Read it a third time. This is the rule on agency agreements and disclosures. I'm going to go back just for 1 second before I show you where this is. Somebody asked about the the reason I distinguish between and ing is because I think sometimes we see the SELL and think seller. So to distinguish between the and the ing, the seller is listing, the buyer is selling. The ing is the verbiage, is the verb. So commission rule.A104, where is this? We go back out to the online learning system and down here in our Julie folder. In the Julie folder, we have commission rule, got it right here for you guys. Download it, print it. Like I said, it's only like 2.5 pages. Download it, put it on your tablet or your phone so you can take it with you wherever you go. Whatever. Read it, please. This is it. This is unit 7 and 8 wrapped up into, into 2.5 pages. Commission rule, and again, I don't ask you guys to read much with commission rule and license law. This is one I think you should read. Once you've been licensed for 2 years, I think you should read Commission Rule 58A.0104. Are we getting the importance of Commission Rule 58A.0104? Been licensed for 12 years? Let's go ahead and read this again. This is what pops up in your continuing education, your post-licensing. This is it. Questions so far? Well, that being said, this seems like a good time to go ahead and take our first break. So let's take 10. We come back. We will officially, I changed my candle or my countdown. When we get back, we officially get started in unit 7. I'm not sure. We can't hear that one as well, can we? We have to
That
go
one-
back to the loud obnoxious clock.
That one's nicer though. It's
I
not as
really
if
love the
obnoxious.
candle.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that one's
It's
so much
not as
better.
jolting. What
yeah.
do we think? Thumbs
I
up
like-
for the clock,
I could
Thumbs
hear
up
it
for the
just from
candle.
room here, but
Candle's gonna win. All right, candle going forward. So y'all just need to adjust your volumes or, guys, seriously, sometimes is time easy to get away from you in these 10 minutes? These 10 minutes go by fast. I don't know. I just got my dishwasher unloaded. I mean, we're like being productive while in that 10 minutes, right? If you find yourself getting that 10 minutes get away from you, consider setting the clock on your phone for like 8.5 or 9 minutes. So that way, it's time to get back to the computer. So help yourselves out there. Again, last week I spent our breaks folding towels. I mean, there's just all sorts of things that we can do, and it's easy for time to get away from you. So, all right. So the candle wins. So let me go ahead and take attendance. Looks like everybody's back. Good. Since everybody's back, also let me remind you, if for some reason you're not back in 10 minutes, please remember to tell me in the chat when you do come back. If you miss a screenshot for attendance, please remember to tell me that you're back in the chat. If I can't see you and I don't hear from you in the chat, I cannot give you credit for that hour. So if you miss a screenshot and I try to make a big to-do about it, not to be obnoxious, but to, if you've missed attendance or not. So, all right. Unit 7 starts on page 134. And Unit 7 starts with the introduction to brokerage and the introduction to agency. So we rely on, with agency, on something referred to as the common law of agency. Now, the common law of agency is not one specific law. It's not one specific rule. Common law of agency has been around for a long time. Over the years, we have added to it with contract law, license law, and commission law. The common law of agency dates back to the days of England when we served a king. And the common law of agency dictated how we serve that king. As time evolved, so did agency. Today, we still rely on that common law of agency, the idea of serving a king. We're going to talk about serving our clients or our principals. We also have had contract law to help us form agency today as we know it. Whenever there's a court case, whenever there's a trial, at the end of that trial, there's a really good chance that agency could evolve, that agency could change. So court cases, contract law, that helped form common law of agency as we know it today. As mentioned earlier, we also have North Carolina real estate license law. That's North Carolina state law. GS is our general statute. So North Carolina state law, general statute 93A. And then we also have North Carolina real estate commission rule, which is chapter 58A. The real estate commission does have the power to write and adopt their own rules. So these are the sources. This helps us define how we practice agency today. Could this change somewhere down the road? Absolutely. Absolutely. This is where we are today. And I think one way to understand today is to study where we came from. So a little history lesson for you guys on agency. Buyer's agency has not always existed. Once upon a time ago, we all worked for the seller. Once upon a time ago, the buyers had no representation. The best way I know to explain agency with no buyer representation, let's talk about going to buy a car. When you walk on that car lot, and you're looking at cars, and the salesman just they seem to pop up out of nowhere, right? Hey folks, how you doing today? So you're on a car lot and the salesman pops up. Who does the salesman represent? Who's the salesman's best interest in that situation?
Dealership.
The dealership, right? The person selling you the car. Does that salesman have your best interest? No, they just want to sell you a car. Now let's take that and put it into how agency used to look without buyer representation. If you wanted to buy a house, you didn't call an agent and say, help me buy a house. You went to a real estate firm, and the real estate firm said, here's my inventory. These are the products that I have for sale. If you like it, buy one. If you don't, go to the next firm and see what product they have available. Back in the day, it was like car shopping, right? You go walk on a lot, you don't like a car, what are you going to do? You're going to drive across the street to the other car lot and look at what they have on their lot, on their inventory. That's how real estate used to work. That's how it used to be. That's what we mean when we say we didn't represent buyers. We only represented sellers. There was a massive lawsuit. This is the Adena lawsuit you're seeing in your book. This started in Minnesota. There was a buyer that purchased a home using a seller's firm, no representation, and that buyer, based on the agent's actions, was led to believe that that firm had their best interest. That buyer was led to believe that they were represented by that real estate firm. But back in those days, that wasn't an option. That real estate firm only represented the seller. So this buyer thought, well, gee, this is my agent. They're doing what's best for me. They're representing me. After the transaction, it went down, and the buyer realized that they weren't represented, and they sued this real estate firm. We know how these lawsuits work, right? Once one person sues and you got 50,000 other people say, oh yeah, me too. So all these other people started stepping forward and saying, well, I thought you had my best interest as well. I thought you were representing me as well. I thought. And this evolved into a massive lawsuit. And y'all, this little real estate firm in Minnesota ended up settling for $19.9 million. Million, 19.9, let's call it 20 million just for simplicity's sake. This is a big chunk of money, yes? That lawsuit caused real estate commissions across the entire country to revisit how we handle agency. And because of the result of that lawsuit, many states, including North Carolina, adapted buyer agency. Today, not all states still offer buyer agency. Some states still operate like what we used to. However, North Carolina, we now have buyer agency. Y'all ready for this? North Carolina Real Estate Commission adopted buyer's agency in the mid-90s. That really wasn't that long ago, was it? The mid-90s. Most of us remember it. If you don't, your parents told you all about it. That's not that long ago. So we've not been practicing this idea of buyer's agency for that terribly long. But today, we offer seller's agency. Today, we offer buyer's agency. Today, we offer the opportunity to work with both buyer and seller in the same transaction. We will talk about those different types of agencies. We're getting there. But I think the little history lesson, again, you can read the full-blown story in your book, but I think it helps us realize where we are, how we got to where we are today. As mentioned earlier, in North Carolina, we have something called caveat emptor. Caveat emptor, simply defined, says, let the buyer beware. Caveat emptor states, put the burden of discovery on the buyer. It is up to the buyer to learn about the property. Now, we will talk about the contract to closing process when we get to units 9 and 10, start talking about the contract. And kind of as an answer to caveat emptor, in North Carolina, buyers have an opportunity to conduct inspections and investigations. Buyers are given an opportunity to learn about the property, and they're given a period of time to make a decision. They can decide, after all my inspections and investigations, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? Again, we'll talk more about that. We'll get more into specifics when we get into our contract. But I do think it's important because sometimes we get upset with caveat emptor. It doesn't seem like it's fair to the buyer. Actually, it's not seen. It isn't fair to the buyer, is it? Here's this strange property you just met, a couple of days ago. You go under contract to purchase it, and it's up to you to learn about it. So what's the solution? The contract gives the buyer the opportunity to learn about the property. So more on that later. But caveat emptor, the seller doesn't have to disclose much. The only thing that I'm aware of that the seller has to disclose is the presence of known lead. If they know of the lead, they have to disclose. Other than that, you guys, they could know that the house is getting ready to fall down at the next gust of wind, and they don't have to disclose that. Caveat emptor, the burden of discovery is on the seller. No, the burden of discovery, erase that, is on the buyer. Seller doesn't have to disclose, seller doesn't have to repair. Our agency relationships are a fiduciary relationship. A fiduciary relationship is a relationship of trust. Once a buyer or seller hires us, they should trust that we have their best interest. They should trust that we're going to put their best interest above all others, including my own. This takes us back to the days of England when we served a king. Did the king want you out serving anybody else's interest other than their own? No, it was all about who? It was all about the king. Same thing with the common law of agency today. This fiduciary relationship says that we're going to act what's in the best interest of the one that hires us. So, big fancy word, fiduciary, is a relationship of trust. By the way, I should have mentioned this earlier. I apologize. Units 7 and 8, the focus with agency is buyers and sellers. The sale side of the transaction, my property managers, the lease side of the transaction, I got a whole unit dedicated to you in unit 12. So we'll talk about landlords and tenants. Then right now we're focusing primarily on buyers and sellers on the sales side. So one of the first things I think we need to do is just take a few steps back and just define some words. Agency is that relationship between the one that hires us and the firm, not the individual agent, but the buyer or seller and the firm. That's our relationship. That's our agency relationship. It's the idea that one party represents another. The person that
Should we, I'm sorry, should we
yeah.
note that in the book because it actually says that it's between the client and the agent?
The agent is the firm.
Okay, okay.
The agent, yeah, it's either the firm or the individual agent. So one of these words that we get to use interchangeably, Kiki, thank you for bringing that up. And that's why I like to specify the relationship is with the firm agent, not the individual agent. Thank you. The principal or the client is the one that hires us. Words are used interchangeably. In one sentence, we'll say principal, and the next sentence will say client. We need to know that the principal and the client is the one and the same, and they're the ones that hire the firm. The agent then is the person or the entity that is hired by the principal or the client, hired to act on the principal's best interest. The agent is hired through the use of an agency agreement. Agency agreements come in Unit 8. So how do you become my client? We use an agency agreement and you hire me. The only way I get to call you client is if we are currently in an agency agreement. Everybody else in the world is a customer. Now we're going to talk about this difference between customer and client. But basically, to simplify this, either you hire me or you don't. If you hire me, you're my client. If you don't, you're my customer. We owe duties to both client and customer, and we will talk about what those duties are. We will break that down. The customer is the third party in the transaction. So let's say, for example, you were hired, or your firm was hired by the seller, and the buyer hires a different firm. The buyer hires somebody else. In that scenario, your client is the seller, your customer is the buyer. Even though the buyer had the nerve to hire another firm, I still owe them certain things. We'll talk about what I owe them. So the customer is the third party. The client is the one that hired me through the use of an agency agreement. Sub-agency gets tricky. I'm not going to spend much time on sub-agency now because we do spend time on it later. But for right now, let's just understand that prefix sub means under. So a sub-agent is an agent under an agent. And sub-agency comes in two different forms. And we will talk about both forms in just a bit. Right now, sub-agency is an agent of an agent. Another type of agency is called a transactional broker, also known as a facilitator. With a transactional brokerage relationship, nobody hires an agent. In a transactional broker relationship, both buyer and seller are customers. Nobody in that situation is a client. In North Carolina, transactional brokerage is not allowed. In North Carolina, if you and I are involved in a real estate transaction, it's because somebody hired an agent. Maybe they didn't hire me, but they hired somebody. Somebody in that relationship is hired. If no firm is hired as a transactional broker, and we'll see examples in just a second, it's a non-agency. Transactional brokers are not about the client. They're about the transaction. We cannot be a facilitator without somebody being a client in this relationship. And again, we'll see examples. Just defining words right now. So let's spend a little bit more time on this idea of client versus customer. The client or the principal is the one that is represented by your firm. The customer is unrepresented. So that's another way that we can use this terminology of client versus customer. You're either represented or you're unrepresented. Let's put real estate aside for a second. Let's talk about represented versus unrepresented. If I ever had to go to a court of law and stand in front of a judge, the difference of being represented or unrepresented in that scenario is whether or not I hire an attorney. Yes, if I go represented, it means I've hired an attorney and I got somebody standing there next to me, assisting me through that trial. If I go unrepresented, then I haven't hired an attorney. I'm standing there by myself. Now let's bring real estate back into this. If you hire an agent, you're represented by that firm through this transaction. If you don't, you're standing there alone. So you're either my client or my customer. You are either represented or unrepresented. Questions so far on the verbiage? We're just defining the verbiage right now. With this verbiage, we work for our clients. We work with a customer. When we talk about this idea of client versus customer, we can use an example of a plane. Now, I got this from my mentor. I can't take credit from this, but she knows I use it. So it's okay. Let's say you are the pilot of the plane. This is your plane, and you're going to be the one piloting. And it's up to you to decide where you put the people in your plane. Your clients, you're going to put in first class. Your customers are going to be stuck back there in coach. Is there a difference in first class and coach? I hear first class is really nice. I hear you get like a warm towel, maybe some champagne, a dinner. First class, I hear, is nice. Coach, what do you get? Room temperature Coca-Cola and unsalted pretzels. You get a different level of service depending on where you are in the plane, right? As the pilot of this plane, isn't it my responsibility to get everybody from point A to point B? Yeah. As the pilot of this plane, don't we all take off and land at the same time? Yeah. The only difference on this plane is the level of service that's received in between. You want first class treatment? You got to hire me. You're okay with coach? You can sit back there unrepresented. So where you're going to put people in your plane determines whether or not you're dealing with a client or customer. And again, before you can put them in first class, they've got to hire you. So let's talk about some examples, some different scenarios of when we may be the client, or when you may be the client, or you may be the customer. We may be working with clients versus customers. So let's say, for example, you represent, there's that word, represent the seller. In this case, that means that your customer is the buyer. Your seller goes in first class. Your buyer, or the buyer, goes back in coach. Flip that coin. What if you now represent the buyer? The seller may be your customer. In that case, your buyer's in first class and the seller is in coach. So the client gets the representation, gets the first class treatment. The customer is still on the plane. They're still important. I still owe them duties. I still owe them to get through the transaction, but they're not going to get that same level of service. We may also see situations where you represent both. You have buyer and seller in first class, and coach is empty. Nobody's a customer. You owe first class to seller and buyer. You got two kings in your first class. This is something called dual agency, and we will talk about dual agency, rest assured. So dual agency is an opportunity for the firm to represent both parties in the same transaction. Opportunity to put both buyer and seller in first class. If you represent nobody, both parties are your customer. In North Carolina, that's that transactional brokerage, and I can't offer them anything. I cannot do that. In North Carolina, in order for us to be involved, somebody's got to be a client. It may not even be your client. More on that. Somebody's got to be a client. So we're either putting one party in first class, another party in coach. We're putting both parties in first class. But in North Carolina, we're not going to have both parties in coach. That's that transactional brokerage. Questions, thoughts? So let's take this client versus customer, and let's talk about the different duties that I owe each. So the first, the one that gets the duties, the one that gets the most from me is the client, the one that hires me. And an easy way to remember what I owe my client is to know OCAR. OCAR lists the services that I owe my principal under the law of agency. If you hire me, you get OCAR. Now we're going to break all these down. I'm going to talk about each of these. I want you guys to understand something right now. Agency, OCAR is not about you. Agency, OCAR is not about the transaction. OCAR is all about the client. It ain't about you, you guys. Remember, we're putting our client's interest above all others, and sometimes that does mean our own. More on that. So OCAR is all about the client, the one that hires you. So let's take OCAR and break it down. The O in OCAR is obedience. The law of agency says I am to be obedient. I am to follow my client's orders, my client's lawful instructions. I have to act in good faith at all times. My actions in this transaction are whatever's in the best interest of my client. Now, I want you guys to note this word, very important. My client, I have to follow their lawful instructions. Even though they hire me, even though I put them in first class, they still can't make me break the rules. And when we say break the rules, I mean police rules. They can't make me break the law. But I also mean that the client can't make me violate license law or commission rule. So when we say I follow my clients, I'm obedient and I follow their instructions, I mean I follow their lawful instructions. Nobody can make me break the rules. One thing we get from the law of agency, stepping outside of license law and commission rule, obeying your principal's violation of license law and commission rule instructions. You could be held accountable. You could be sued. Anybody can sue anything. So could buyers and sellers sue you? Sure. The real estate commission could also put disciplinary action on your license. We will talk more about that later in this unit. I think a good way to think of this class or this section, agency, understand this, you guys. It's not the consumer's job to know my job. That's my job to know my job. And when the consumer asks me to do this or that, it's up to me to say whether or not I'm allowed to do it or not. I just can't go with the flow. Does that make sense? I always think of this class. How many of you, let me ask you guys something. After class today, you're out and about this afternoon, and let's say you hop on the interstate. And the interstate, the speed limit on the interstate says 70 miles per hour. How fast are you going? Speed limit 70 miles per hour. Come on, how fast are you going? Are you going 70? 75? It depends on where we have to go and be when, right? This class is teaching you guys the speed limit. Can you go over the speed limit? Can you go over 70? It's super easy, right? All you got to do is press that pedal down a little bit harder and away you go. Does that make it okay to go over 70 because you can? No. And that's what we're doing. We're teaching you the speed limit. And if you go over the speed limit, you may suffer the consequences. So understanding the parameters of our job, understanding what our speed limit is, so we know how to respond to our principal's instructions, what we can and can't do. So we're obedient, we follow their lawful instructions. The L in old car is loyalty. I'm going to put my principals on a pedestal, and I'm going to put their interest above all others, sometimes including my own. Now I have a duty to avoid a conflict of interest. We're going to talk about conflicts of interest. But anything that can conflict from my principal's interests is a conflict that I need to be sensitive to. Remember, I'm putting this person's interest above all others. So I am loyal. I'm obedient. I'm loyal. The D in old car is disclosure. What did we say? When did we meet? Tuesday? What did we say it meant to disclose? What does it mean to disclose?
Give information.
Give
Tell.
information, to tell, right? To say. So the D in old car says there's certain things that I have to disclose. I must disclose material facts. The material fact discussion is coming. We will get to that today. I also have to disclose any information. I have a duty to keep my principal informed at all times about anything that could influence or affect their decision. Real estate agents, when we're working with our clients, we don't have many secrets. Once I know something about the transaction, the people, the property, the proximity, once I know something, I have a duty to disclose. Again, more on material facts soon. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep my principal informed about anything that's relevant to this transaction that may affect their decision. Now, what I'm going to do now is take disclosure, and I'm going to break it down specifically to sellers and buyers. So when you're working with sellers, what are some things that we need to disclose? Well, commission rule says I have a duty to present all offers to my sellers. That little word means a whole lot, you guys. One of our absolute words. All offers. But Julie, what about the insultingly low offer that's just going to make my seller mad? Do we still have to disclose that? Do we still have to give that to them?
Yes.
Absolutely. What about once we're under contract and we get another offer in? Do I have to present that to my seller? Yeah.
Yes.
What if somebody makes an offer to do a 5-year lease to own? Do I have to present that to my seller? We're getting the gist here, right? I present all offers to my sellers. If at any point in the transaction I find out that the buyer is going to really purchase a complete, if they have more that they can offer, if they have more than they can pay. Sometimes buyers come with, for example, with pre-approval letters. So when we're negotiating, I know how much the buyer can get from the lender. We're going to disclose our sellers, keep them informed. If you find out that your buyer intends to buy and turn around and sell the property for a profit, I'm going to inform my seller of that. Wouldn't that be something useful your seller client may want to know? They have a decision to make. Maybe they choose not to sell and they turn around and make a profit, or maybe they go ahead and sell it. I'm not making the decision for them. I'm just letting them know. This is the buyer's intention for the property. They think they can sell it for a profit. I'm a fact finder. Once I know something that can affect the seller in this transaction, I have a duty to disclose. Again, real estate agents, we don't have many secrets from our clients. If anybody, any third party, any customers talking to me, they might as well be talking directly to my seller. That's what we mean. What about if you're working with buyers, though? Now we have a duty to disclose the buyer any known deficiencies about the property. This gets us back to our material facts that we will talk about. And again, with the buyer, anything that could affect the value. What if, for example, there's a proposed zoning amendment on the table? And if that zoning amendment passes, it's going to change the value of that property, of that area. And maybe your buyer knows, maybe they don't. I don't know. I come with checklists. Remember, I'm helping my buyer investigate, which means I'm going and checking on zoning and DOT. Some of those other things we talked about in Unit 6. I'm going to help them get the covenants if they're in an HOA. So anything that could affect the property's value. Days on market. Days on market tells us how many days has it been marketed before it goes under contract. Market will dictate the average days on market. You know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if you wanted to buy a house, it wasn't a days on market, was it? 2 years ago, it was a day on market. It was like 12 hours on market in some cases. We're seeing days on market again. What's the average days on market? It depends on the market. Remember, we're the experts of our market, not just the area, but what's going on in real estate right now. When we were in that heavy sellers market, seriously, average days on market was like 2. So if you saw a home with the days on market that your buyer was interested in, and it's been on the market for like 30, in that market, 30 days was absurd because the average was 2. You guys with me? So if I see 30 days on market, I'm going to share that with my buyer, because is there a good chance we might be able to get you in a little bit under asking price because we're well above the days on market. Now that pendulum swinging back, we're seeing higher days on market. So those averages are changing, but I'm keeping my buyer informed about market conditions that could affect their buying decision. Disclose, disclose, disclose. When in doubt, disclose. And who can remind me what we document?
Everything.
Everything. So if you are having a face-to-face conversation or a conversation over the phone with your buyers and sellers, something of substance, something about this transaction. I think it's nice whatever you had for lunch today, but that's not something we need to document. If you're having a face-to-face conversation, or if you're having a conversation over the phone, I need you to hang up the phone, or I need you to drive home, and I want you to send an email talking about per our conversation. Have you now documented that phone call? Because if it goes down, we know how this works, you guys. If we don't have documentation, this turns into a he said, she said thing. The judge or the real estate commission is going to say, show me your documentation. Show me where you had this conversation. You're going to say, well, I didn't do it because we talked about it, but I know we talked about it. What's your buyer saying? She didn't say anything to me about it. So how do you keep yourself out of trouble? Document everything, any conversation of substance. Questions on old?
Julie, I got a question, and I hope it's not a derailer, but since it's mentioned right here, I just highlighted it. The property disclosure statement. that it keeps coming up. So I told you that I'm actively looking for a house with my wife, and I've bought many homes across different states for many years. So I'm very diligent on my stuff. So it says right here, North Carolina requires that sellers of most residential give the buyer a complete and mandatory disclosure.
Mhm.
So last weekend, we got the disclosure, no defects on the outside. We go to the home. There's a major, major, major defect. It's an open house on the outside. I'm the
Mhm.
type of guy, though, I drive around, I actually knock on doors and I talk to neighbors. I'm completely off my rocker. So I spoke to the neighbor and asked. I found out what happened. The grill burnt the outside of the house, so you could see it. Everyone saw it. It's not on the property disclosure. So I said to the agent, come outside. It says no defects. Here you go. You have 5 planks that are completely burnt and rumpled. It's right. Oh, I'm not the listing agent. I'm just sitting in. But I said to my agent, because now I'm learning the term material fact, and she told me that they don't need to change the disclosure form that there's a defect. And that's the whole thing with this due diligence that burns me for 9 years in North Carolina. It's
Yep.
it's like a scam. You know, I've
Hang
never
on to
heard of.
due diligence, Phil. We don't want to get
Yeah,
people excited about that
right.
yet. So,
But
okay.
so they don't need to be, the seller can check no, even though right there in black and white, you can see it. Right. So, but that's where I get a little, when I'm learning the stuff here that you're teaching, I'm like, it seems kind of on illegal that the guy doesn't change the form to, yes, he has a defect, and explain it. So,
So a couple things there I want to address. Phil,
yeah.
Okay. All right. So first off, we will talk about seller disclosures in Unit 8. There are certain seller disclosure forms that the seller has to complete.
Right.
Caveat emptor says they don't have to
Right.
disclose.
Right.
So on the seller disclosures, the seller has the options to say, yes, there's a problem. No, there's not.
I don't
Or
know.
I'm going to hide behind caveat emptor and say no representation.
Right.
The seller can hide behind caveat emptor. The licensee has to follow license law and commission rule that says we have a duty to disclose material facts. So
Okay.
we're getting there. Good question. I
Sorry.
hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
No, and you're good. And I think it's the other thing I heard that, again, you guys, please remember, there's the real world
Yeah.
and then there's pre-licensing world. So I don't know if that agent should have disclosed that to you or not. I wasn't there. I don't know. And I'm not the commissioner. I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to address that. But what I do know is once a real estate licensee learns as a material fact, we have a duty to disclose regardless if the seller does or not. So as a buyer, you're frustrated. I hear you, and I can't blame you, right? There's a lot going on out there. It doesn't seem fair. Understand too, though, while the seller has no duty to disclose, that doesn't give them a golden ticket to lie.
Okay.
The buyer could go after the seller after closing. Now you got attorneys involved, right? Right. Could it happen? Yes. So even though they don't have to disclose, they have every right to say no representation because of caveat emptor. But nobody, agent, seller, buyer, nobody has a golden ticket to lie. So yes and no, more on that and part of what we're talking about as well. The seller can hide behind caveat emptor and not disclose a thing. But the licensee, when we talk about material facts, we're going to learn that I have a duty to disclose regardless if the seller wants to or not. So more on that.
Thank you.
Disclose, disclose, disclose. So let's talk about CAR. The C in CAR is confidentiality. I'm not going to run around and blab certain information about my clients. Remember that fiduciary relationship? It's a relationship of what?
Trust.
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 So when the buyer or seller hire me, and for example, the seller tells me how much under listing price they're willing to sell, or if the buyer tells me how much more than asking price they're willing to offer, that's a confidential conversation between me and my client. I cannot disclose confidential information about my principal without their, note that word, written permission. We're talking about introducing this certain confidential information. It's confidential information about the client in this transaction. I had sellers once, and they had started for sale by owner. They were trying to go FSBO for about 5-6 months before they weren't getting much activity. So they decided to hire an agent, and they hired my firm, and I was allowed to act as their listing agent. So we went on the market, and understand, you guys, this was a different market. This was like pre-pandemic. So we weren't in this crazy sellers market that we're in. So we went on the market, and we were on the market for about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, and which was very common at that time. Nothing crazy about that. And she called me one afternoon, so upset. I can't believe we haven't sold, and I don't know what we're gonna do, and da 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 da. And I'm going, dang, we've only been on for like 3 weeks. But then I remember her and I were in 2 different places, because she'd been trying to sell as a FSBO for 5-6 months. I just got in the game 3 weeks ago. So her and I came into this in 2 different places. So she asked me, she said, can we somehow advertise? Can we somehow promote? And what she wanted me to put was super highly motivated seller in the public remarks. Let the world know that she was a super highly motivated seller. I said, yeah, no, I'm not going to say that. But I will say that you're a motivated seller if you send me an email giving me your permission. Let's talk about what we're telling the consumer when we advertise that this is a motivated seller. First off, isn't it fair to say all sellers are motivated? If they weren't motivated to sell, there wouldn't be a for sale sign in the front yard. So that just kind of goes without saying. But what about the seller that advertises that they're motivated? What does that tell buyers?
They're desperate.
They're desperate. They're willing to take something under asking price. Is that certain information about the principal that could affect them in this transaction? So I told her, no, we are not saying super highly motivated seller. I will say motivated seller once you give me your written permission. She sent me an email. I went in MLS. I had a motivated seller. We did close eventually, not on her time frame, but we did close. I guess she should have called me first instead of trying to go on her own. Hey, I'm just saying. But we got it sold for her. This is what we mean by confidentiality, guys. And guys, at the end of the day, I think we're good people and we have good intentions. But before we try to help connect buyers and sellers, we need to make sure what we're saying to connect, and we're not saying anything confidential about our clients that could affect them in this transaction. Pretty simple philosophy. I tell my client everything about my customer. I tell my customer nothing about my client without my client's written permission. I have no secrets from my client. I tell my client everything about the customer. I tell the customer nothing about the client without my client's written permission. This is what confidentiality. Now there is that certain information, there is kind of an exception to this rule, and we will talk about that. I'm getting it.
See, but that's why if you knock on neighbors' doors and you introduce yourself, you find out a lot like that they're in the middle of a divorce and they need to sell. So
The agents only have to follow confidentiality. The neighbors
Right.
do not.
Right.
That's right. Okay, so let's go ahead. I know we're in the smack dab in the throes of old car, but we do need to take a break. So let's take 10. We come back, we'll talk about the A and the R. We'll talk about what we owe the customer, and then we're going to start getting into these material facts. I don't know. The sound's so weak. Did they get somebody in the other room? Don't get your dog's attentions. I don't know. We may have to go back. Let's see how we do. But I mean, I can yell, but you know, okay. So, so it looks like we're back. Cameras are on, popping back on. Welcome back. So we're going to take attendance and get back into, whoa, Cameron, Sabrina, I just got you guys. You're in. We are going to finish up old car. So the C in car is confidentiality. There's certain information. There is some information I may have to disclose. Again, we're getting to that. The A in old car stands for accounting. At some point in the transaction, thank you. At some point in the transaction, there's a really good chance that I may have somebody else's money in my hand. Guess what? When it's in my hand, I'm responsible for it. Now it's in my hand because I'm delivering it. I'm playing as a courier. But it is in my hand, so I have to be responsible for it. We'll talk about what money that is when we get into our contracts. Accounting also says that I have a duty to maintain accurate records, transactional records. So we have forms. Real estate is the industry of forms. Did you guys know that? I hope you like paperwork because this is where we are. Now, we don't go over many forms in this class. You will be introduced to more forms in post-licensing. You'll be introduced to more forms once you get out in the real world. But keeping these accurate records means keeping all the forms. It means keeping the communications, emails, text messages, etc. I want you guys to write something down for me. There's a commission rule that says that we have to keep all transactional records for 3 years from the conclusion of the transaction. So we keep all records, transactional files for 3 years from the successful or unsuccessful conclusion of the transaction. And by the way, you guys, that rule is at least 3 years. Could I keep it for more than 3 years? Absolutely. The rule just says at least 3 years. So accounting, not just funds, but also maintaining accurate records.
Julie, is that something that we're keeping, or is that something that the firm is keeping record of?
Both.
Both?
Great question. Great question. Thank you. Technically, Cody, those transactional, those forms belong to the firm. We're using them on their behalf. Yes.
Yes.
But we still want our own records. My communication with the buyer and seller is my communication with them. The firm may or may not have that. So kind of to answer that, you know, life's a little simpler today because today we have electronic transactional documents. We have electronic cloud storage. Once upon a time ago, we had a file room. Anybody remember the file room? It's about as exciting as what it sounds. It's a room full of file cabinets. Woo! And the firm maintained those. You were encouraged to have your own records, but the firm maintained those files. Today, we use electronic methods such as programs, maybe Dotloop, DocuSign, SkySlope. There's numerous out there. Your firm will use one. And once they give you access to that transaction, then you and the firm have access to it. So it's a lot easier today. We can share that information. So when you put in your communications, now the firm has access to that as well. So technology helps sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does.
Hey, Julie,
Mhm.
this might be kind of like an obvious question, I'm not sure, but with accounting, like, so I know that you said to document everything. So like the phone calls, like the things like that and that are relevant to a transaction.
Mhm.
So for 3 years after, even if it's an unsuccessful like transaction, do you keep like even though like those logs of the calls, the emails, all of that too?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you could like,
everything. Yep.
and you
Because here's the thing, Victoria, if it goes down, you know, I injure my buyer, they buy a house 2 years from now or a year from now, whatever, they hire an attorney. I need everything to be able to go stand in front of that judge or with the real estate commission. So if you get disciplinary action from the commission, they're going to require the transactional documents. They're going to want to see those communications. They're going to want to see your evidence that you didn't do what you were accused of doing. So,
Oh.
yep. We document everything and we keep it for at least 3
Anything-
years. Yep.
Okay. And there's like, you were saying there's might be a place the firm has that keeps these things all
Oh,
together.
there
to
will be. Yep.
upload it. Okay.
Because
Thank you.
technically they're the firm's files.
Okay.
So they definitely have to keep them. If you and I get called, we'll want our records as well.
Thank you.
Of course. The R in OCAR stands for reasonable skill, care, and diligence. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence says just because we can doesn't always mean that we should. Can you go over 70 miles per hour on the interstate this afternoon? Can you? Super easy, isn't it? Does that mean you should? I mean, if you get pulled over, what are you going to tell the cop? Well, it's really all I had to do is press that pedal down. My car just took off. The cop's going to say, as they're writing, right? So just because you can do something, can you step outside of the parameters of your job? Can you speed? Sure. Does that mean that you should? No. And that's what reasonable skill, care, and diligence says. Tuesday, we talked about the market you want to work in. You can work the entire state of North Carolina. Does that necessarily mean that you should? Reasonable skill, care, and diligence says you need to be familiar with the market that you're going to work. So technically you can. You need to be familiar with the entire state of North Carolina. If you're not willing to learn that market, if you're not willing to learn that area, then you shouldn't assist in a real estate transaction. We can always send referrals, agent to agent referrals. And yes, you will get paid a referral fee. How much are you going to get paid? Simmer down. We'll talk about that. But we can do the reasonable skill, care, and diligence thing. If my best friend wants to buy a house in Wilmington, I could help her, no problem. But I got to be prepared to drive to Wilmington every time she wants to see a house. When she goes under contract, I got to go down to Wilmington and meet with the home inspector. I got to go to Wilmington. And when she wants to go take paint samples, right? Anytime we need something, I need to be prepared to hop in my car and drive to Wilmington. So before I agree to help her buy the house in Wilmington, I need to ask myself, is that work I'm willing to do? And if the idea of driving to Wilmington once or a couple times a week for the next couple months doesn't sound appealing to me, then reasonable skill, care, and diligence says that I should refer her to an agent in Wilmington that knows the market. Another example, I am residential. I am not commercial. Anybody thinking about commercial? Hang on, keep your hand up for a second. A few of you? I got to go to my other screen. Okay, few of you. Commercial is a totally different beast. I know residential. Same best friend. Now she wants to buy a warehouse in Greensboro. Well, now we're back in my market. I'm familiar with Greensboro, but guess what? I'm not familiar with commercial transactions. It's not the same as residential. Would I be the best candidate for her? Would I be the best for her? Not unless I was willing to learn the ins and outs of commercial transactions to assist her. If I'm not able or willing to do that, then reasonable skill, care, and diligence says, let me help you find an agent in Greensboro that knows the commercial market that can help you. And yes, I can get a referral fee. So reasonable skill, care, and diligence. Again, let's break this down for the seller and the buyer. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence owed to the seller. You are at a listing appointment and you are about to list the seller's home for sale. A question that will come up is, how much should we list it for? Reasonable skill, care, and diligence says, I'm going to do some research. I'm going to prepare a report. I'm going to gather information to come up with a legitimate listing price. What I'm not going to do is just blurt a number out and say, yeah, that's what we'll list it for. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence says I'm going to respond with an educated response. How we can help the seller determine the appropriate list price, all that is coming in Unit 17. So we'll talk about value and probable sales price, and how we can give the seller an educated response to this question versus just blurting number out there. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence owed to the seller. If I have any information about the buyer that would help the seller in the decision making. Buyer and seller need to decide whether or not they want to enter into a legally binding sales contract with each other. And they need all the information about the other that they can before entering into this. So if I'm working with the seller and I know anything about the buyer as it relates to this transaction, I have a duty to share that with my seller. Advertising the property. How are we going to market and advertise the property? Are we going to take... How many of you just go out and look on various websites with houses for sale and look at pictures and look at homes for sale? Some pictures are better than others. Yes? Do you ever see a picture and think, my gosh, who were they standing on one foot when they took the picture with their phone, right? Is that how you would want your home advertised? Is that how you would want your home marketed? Are you doing the best service for your seller when you put a half advertising project in there? You guys with me? So reasonable skill, care, and diligence. How are we going to effectively market the home for the seller? And then reasonable skill, care, and diligence also says that we're going to help the seller understand the terms of the offer when we get it. Guys, when we get into Unit 10, we're going to meet our offer to purchase and contract. We'll meet our sales contract. And as of July 2023, that sucker is now 17 pages. My sales contract is 17 pages. I am not just going to hand those 17 pages to my seller and say, here's the offer, look it over and let me know what you decide to do. I'm going to help them interpret those 17 pages. I'm going to help them understand what it is that the buyer's offering so they can make that informed decision. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence owed to the buyer. Kind of flipping some coins here. You're out showing property. You and your buyer walk in the front door. Your buyer falls in love. This is it. This is my dream home. This is the one I've been looking for. What's the next thing that's going to fall out of their mouths? How much should I offer? Again, you just going to blurt a number out there? You going to tell them just to offer asking price? Or are you going to do some research and help them come up with a reasonable offer? We're going to crunch those numbers again. Locate and see suitable properties. What's on their wants and needs list? Unit 8 breaks down specifically working with sellers and specifically working with buyers. So we'll have more conversations about these as well. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence says I want to help my buyers secure financing. If they're a cash buyer, great, show me proof of funds. If they got to talk to a lender, if they need to get financing, well, let me introduce you to a couple of my lender buddies that I've worked with in the past. And then when your buyer finds the one, we're going to help them write the offer and we're going to present the offer on their behalf. Again, more on all that, I promise. Just easing you in. There's also reasonable skill, care, and diligence that we owe to both buyer and seller. Both deserve me staying current on the market. What's going on in the market? Are we in a seller's market? Are we in a buyer's market? How fast do we have to move? Can we get in under asking price, or do we need to try to compete where we've been? What's going on with the neighborhood laws, zoning, NCDOT? We are the experts of the market that we choose to work. So staying current on that market What's the average days on market? I mean, guys, I'm in the multiple listing services, talking about that, Unidate as well. I'm in MLS daily. I know what's going to be listed today. I know what goes under contract today. That's what we mean by knowing my market. I know my average days on market. I watch values, list price, close prices. I'm the expert of my market. Reasonable skill, care, and diligence. So, gee, Julie, what's the big deal? What if I don't feel like practicing reasonable skill, care, and diligence? Well, you could be found guilty of negligence or misconduct by the court. You could be held liable to your principal for any damages to them that you caused for failure not to practice reasonable skill, care, and diligence. If the court determines that you did not practice reasonable skill, care, and diligence, the court may issue that you need to forfeit your compensation, compensate your principal. And of course, a violation of reasonable skill, care, and diligence is also a violation of license law and commission rule, LL and CR, license law and commission rule. So, can you get in trouble for injuring a buyer or seller when they are purchasing or selling a house? This big ticket item. If we don't properly represent our principals and our clients, yeah, we can be sued. Yeah, we may face disciplinary action from the commission. And that's why we're here. I want to keep you guys out of the courts. I want to keep you out of real estate jail. So let's look at an example. We kind of already talked about this, but when we got it on the screen. So Colin is a buyer's agent. He gets a request from his buyer to see a property that is 200 miles outside of the geographical area that he normally provides service. The question asks, can Colin show this property to his buyer? Can he? Well, as long as it's North Carolina, can he? Sure. The next question is, should he? And we cannot answer that for Colin. Colin needs to decide if he's willing to handle that transaction 200 miles away. Colin needs to decide if he can learn that market, if he can properly represent his buyer. I can't answer that for Colin. I can only answer that for Julie. Would I do this? No. I would refer it to an agent down there, collect a referral fee. That's what we need to decide as individual agents. How far are you willing to go? Where's the line, you guys? And draw the line in the sand. We mentioned the other day that my North Carolina real estate license says that I can assist with any transaction as long as the property is located within the state of North Carolina. What about properties outside? What if Colin's buyer wants to see a property in Virginia, the mountains of Virginia? Colin now cannot act as a real estate agent in Virginia. Colin's only option would be, well, he could get a license in Virginia, but today Colin's only license would be to refer it to an agent in Virginia. So when we start talking about referring business, how many of you got family or friends in another state? Guess what? I can still help them in another state. I can help them in the aid of recommending, of referring an agent. I cannot help them by driving in my car and driving to Virginia and helping them buy and sell. Does this make sense? So we can get you referral fees for the most part. We'll talk more about that. But Colin in this case has the decision to make. So what do we owe our clients? What do we owe the people that hire us? We owe them OLCAR. How do you get OLCAR? You hire me, and you hire me by the use of an agency agreement. I can take my entire market, put the entire market into two buckets. Either my client or my customer. What bucket do you belong on in? It depends on whether or not we have an agency agreement or not. So the client, the one that hires us, get old car. What about the rest of the people? What about the customers? Well, they don't get old car, they don't get as much. Remember, they're back in coach, but they do get some things. So what do those that don't hire us get? What do the customers get? Well, we owe customers honesty. I never, ever have a golden ticket to lie. We owe customers fairness. We have to be fair. And we owe customers a disclosure of material facts. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. I don't care who you're talking to. Are you talking to a client or are you talking to a customer? We always have a duty to disclose material facts. Once I learn about something, a material fact, I have a duty to disclose it. Both parties, everybody gets. Again, you guys, it's only the seller, the homeowner, that can hide behind caveat emptor. The licensee, if I could put that another way, I never have a reason not to disclose a material fact. Keeping up with customers and this honesty and fairness thing, my advertising, my marketing matters. What I put in the MLS goes out to all consumers all over the world. So I need to make sure that my marketing and advertising is truthful, no misrepresentations in my advertising and marketing. And one term that goes along with advertising and marketing to keep us honest, to keep us fair and honest, there's an advertising term called puffing. Puffing is not a lie. Puffing is an exaggerated opinion. Those of you that look at houses for sale online, don't we use words to help paint a picture of the property? We like to use words to describe the property. And when I'm advertising a property, I can puff, I can exaggerate my opinion. Best house on the block. Is that true? I don't know, but it's my opinion. I just need to make sure that that puffing doesn't cross the line to a flat out lie. Now I'm lying to everybody in the world and I'm not being fair. I'm not being honest. Let's say you are listing this property. By the way, we're down at the coast. Sigh. Here's the ocean, the beach, and you're listing this property for sale. Can you guys see my orange?
Mm-hmm.
In your advertising, could you say, good ocean view? Could you say first row ocean view? None of that's a lie. Be careful that you don't say beachfront, because what if somebody comes and buys this lot and builds a house right there? It's not beachfront, is it? Right now, does it have a good view of the ocean? Yeah, that's my puffing. That's my advertising. But we can't say beachfront because it's not. Puffing is okay as long as it does not cross the fine line to a flat out lie. Why don't you guys go ahead, set your chats to private, please? If not already. I'm going to put up some questions. And I want you to tell me in a private chat, and I'd like to hear from everybody, please. This is that class participation thing we talked about on the first day. In a private chat, tell me A, B, C, or D. Anybody in? So all the following are fiduciary obligations except. These excepts gets tricky because the reason it's right is because it's wrong. So with except, I'm really looking for 3 trues and 1 false. Remember, if we can label everything true or false, and we can maybe help find the answer choice. So the reason this is right is because it's wrong. And under those fiduciary obligations, those fiduciary duties, fiduciary has absolutely nothing to do with compensation. Fiduciary has everything to do with OLCAR. Obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, and reasonable skill, care, and diligence. The principal gets fiduciary obligations. The principal gets OLCAR. How do you get that? You hire me through the use of an agency agreement. Questions on client, customer, OLCAR. Customer gets honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material facts. I recommend drawing a line down the middle of your page, and on one side, write client, no car, and on the other side, write customer, honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material facts. Because we need to know what you get depending on where in my plane you're sitting. So we've danced all around this idea of material facts. So now we're here. And before I flip the screen, I just want to share with you guys the helpful of all at all. A material fact is just one that a reasonable person would consider relevant when making a decision. What the heck does that mean? Who defines a reasonable person? Who defines what's relevant? Isn't it something that's relevant to me may not be relevant to you? Isn't it something that's reasonable to me may not be reasonable to you? So the broad definition of material facts is not helpful. So what the Real Estate Commission did was take that broad definition of material facts and they broke it down into specifics to help us out. So specifically, what are material facts? Material facts are facts about the property itself. Some kind of material, physical characteristic. Material meaning something of significance. Examples of material facts about the property itself may be their structural issues. Structural issues are generally not cheap, you guys. And if you're thinking about buying a house with structural issues, wouldn't you like to know that you're going to have to address it? You're going to have to put some money into it shortly after you buy to address those structural issues. Structural issues or concerns would be a material fact. If the roof leaks, if there's issues with plumbing, electrical, the major components about a home. What if the ceiling fan is cockeyed and it doesn't sit straight? Is that material? I wouldn't think so. I don't know that a judge would think so. So if you have the, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes people put doorknobs on the wrong way. Is that material? Not really. That's not significant. What's significant? The big ticket items, structural, roof, plumbing, electrical, previous termites or termite damage. Those little buggers can do some damage. We're actually going to talk about termites later. Those are material facts about the property itself. Material facts are facts relating directly to the property. Zoning amendments, proposed DOT road projects nearby, redrawing the school lines, the school board lines. It doesn't affect the property itself, the home and the property lines, but it affects the surrounding. it affects the area. Remember those checklists we talk about? All those things you're going to check before you're listing, DOT, I just lost it. DOT, roads, maintenance, pretty much doing the same thing for buyers as well, helping them gather facts that relate directly to the property. This third bullet point bumps on our moral compass a little bit. Material facts are those relating directly to the ability of the agent's principal to complete the transaction. Hold up. Didn't I just say we owe our clients confidentiality and we're not going to tell our customers anything about our clients without their permission? This is the except. If you find out that your client is unable to close, if they are unable to complete the transaction, that is a material fact that I have to disclose to the other side. Because, let's say, for example, you're under contract and you find out your buyer cannot get loan approval. Their loan request was denied. Without the loan, they can't buy the house. Doesn't that affect the seller? You're under contract and your buyer can't buy. Doesn't that affect you? It's a material fact. Now we're going to talk about that financing, that lender. Yes, you do get a pre-approval, but guess what? A pre-approval is no guarantee. I got 2 units dedicated to financing, so we will get there. Another example, and guys, this is based off of a true story. You go under contract, and then the seller goes into foreclosure. They lose their home to foreclosure. They were hoping they could get it sold before the bank took it. And guess what? Their timing didn't work out. You go under contract, the seller loses the home to foreclosure, which means the bank now owns the property. It's no longer the seller's to sell. Isn't that relevant to the buyer that you can no longer buy? The reason that this third bullet point is a material fact that it goes against confidentiality is because it affects the other side. So if we find out that our principal, for whatever reason, usually it revolves around financing, money, but if we find out for whatever reason that your principal cannot complete the transaction, then that is a material fact that we have to disclose. This fourth bullet point is kind of off on its own because this isn't necessarily a material fact that I'm going to advertise and market. This fourth bullet point is a material fact to me. And this takes me back to one of my super simple philosophies. If it's important to my buyer, then I now have a material fact on my hand. If it's important to my seller, I now have a material fact on my hand. It's my job to make sure that their end use is met. So once a buyer or seller shares something of specific importance to me, then I now have a material fact on my hands. It could be something as simple as, what did we talk about the other day? The buyer wants to convert the garage into a hair salon. That's not a material fact that I'm going to call and tell everybody, tell the world. That's a material fact to me. If it's important to them, then it's important to me. As I said earlier, we have a duty to disclose material facts to all parties in the transaction, clients and customers. When it comes to the disclosure of material facts, I have no secrets. Once I know of a material fact, I have a duty to disclose. I can only disclose what I know. This idea of disclosure, we're going to see a slide in just a second. The duty is the duty to discover and disclose. Once I learn about a material fact, I must tell, I must disclose. My duty to discover says that I need to be paying attention to my little red flags. And if a little red flag goes up, if something doesn't look right to me, if something doesn't look in place, my little red flag goes up that tells me I need to discover. I need to ask questions. I need to encourage my buyer to investigate. Before I flip the slide, I got two more things to say though. First off, I cannot be held responsible for, and I spell this word out so we can see it because I know sometimes my Northwestern Pennsylvania accent doesn't come through. So there are some things out there called latent defects. And a latent defect is something that is hidden, something that is not obvious. As long as it's latent, as long as it's hidden and not obvious, I don't know to disclose it. I think Tuesday we talked about electrical issues behind this wall or mold behind this wall. If I can't see anything, if I can't smell anything, if I don't walk in this room and look at this wall and no little red flag goes up telling me to investigate what's going on behind this wall, that would be a latent defect, and I cannot be responsible for things that I can't see, for things that are latent, things that are hidden. Now, with that being said, we are not going to hide our heads in the sand like ostriches and not look for. That takes us back to our duty to discover and disclose. So you can't just walk into a room and say, oh, I don't see any problems, good here. We have a duty to discover. Look up at the ceiling, look at the walls, look at the floors, look. And if you see something that looks out of place, say something. Now, before we go on, there are some things in North Carolina that have been declared automatic material facts, meaning you don't have to stop and ask yourself, is that a material fact? There are some things that the Real Estate Commission has said, yep, material facts. Look with me in your books, please, on page 143. Yep. Page 143, under our 4 bullet points there, it tells us some issues that are considered. If you ever come across them, again, you don't have to stop and scratch your head and say, would they consider that material? The commission has said yes. So the first thing in that list, if the exterior siding was ever clad in ephes, otherwise is known as synthetic stucco. So let me back up for a second. Stucco is a type of exterior siding. It kind of looks like concrete. I tend to think of like Spanish style homes. It's a real rough feel. It looks like the driveway. It looks like the parking lot.
It's all Florida.
Okay, a lot in Florida? Great.
Time, every home.
California too.
Yeah.
Okay, so stucco is the siding. Synthetic stucco then is fake siding. Ephes is fake stucco. And the problem with fake stucco is that moisture gets behind the siding and moisture starts eating away at the wood, the foundation, or not the foundation, but the structure, the bones, the studs. After a while, rotting wood, you could get mold, you could get soft wood that could eventually give out. So if the property was ever clad in stucco, synthetic stucco, even if it's been repaired and replaced, it will always remain a material fact on the property. So if you're ever called to list a home that has stucco siding, my little red flag's going up to ask the seller some questions. And if we find out that it's synthetic or ever was synthetic, we have a duty to disclose. Another thing is leaking polybutylene pipes. Polybutylene pipes are a cheap plastic. Builders were used them for many, many years as a cost saving. They're white. They either have blue or red writing on them. The joke with polybutylene pipes is if they haven't leaked yet, don't worry, they will. Once they've leaked, they will always be a material fact. You may have to repipe your whole home, but once they've leaked, they've always be a material fact. Please note though, they don't become a material fact until they have leaked. The third thing there on that list is whether or not the home was formerly the site of a meth house. Now, this is, again, we like to get excited. I do not want you guys to go on your listing appointment, look the seller dead in the eye and say, did you ever cook meth in this house? No, that's not what we're doing. What if we find out? What if, for example, the sellers had a tenant there for the last 10 years? And the reason they had to evict the tenant was because they found out that they were cooking meth in the home. If we find out, don't accuse your sellers. If we find out that it was ever the former, when meth cooked, you guys watch Breaking Bad? We learn a lot from TV shows sometimes, don't we? When that meth cooks, it gets into the ceilings, the floors, the walls, it absorbs into everything and it stays. I've heard that if you walk into the front door of a house and it smells like a nail salon, little red flags need to go up. If you don't know what a nail salon smells like, poke your head in one later this afternoon. But kind of that fake synthetic-y kind of smell, my little red flag's going up to ask questions. And once we've learned, if we learn that the property was ever the site of a meth house, then that will that be a material fact that we have to disclose. So we took this big broad definition of material facts and we broke it down into specifics. I think a good rule of thumb, you guys, if you would want to know when you were buying this house, couldn't that be material to somebody else? Like I said, the wonky ceiling fan, whatever, nobody's going to get excited about that. The outdated wallpaper, whatever. We're not talking about appearances. We're not talking about, personal preferences. We're talking about things that are material, things that are significant. Yes, ma'am.
I was just saying, I was talking to one of my friends whose husband is a real estate agent.
Mhm.
And he was saying before you, when you're as an agent, before you go, with your buyers and things to look at houses, it's like clear out your sinuses. Cause you want to be very, very cautious of smells. If you walk in a house, smells wet, it's got funny smells to it, then you
Yes,
start asking questions.
absolutely. If you smell something moldy or mildewy or, pet smells, absolutely. I had a teammate once, Kiki, I love it. I had a teammate once, she said, I wish MLS came with a scratch and sniff feature. Because if we could smell houses before we got there, it may eliminate, as opposed to walking in the front door going, goodness, cigarette smoke. Kiki, to your point, this last one, facts known to be specific importance to a buyer. By the way, you guys, material facts pop up all the time in continuing education. And last year when we took CE, they gave an example that, quite frankly, I had never thought about before. They gave an example. You're working with a buyer and the buyer looks at you and says, I have severe allergies to dogs and I can't live in a home that's had a dog. Don't you now have a material fact on your hand? Before you go show that property, don't you want to pick up the phone and call the listing agent and say, my buyers have had severe allergies. Can you call your sellers? Do they have dogs, right? That's what we mean by that material fact. But Kiki, if you don't feel like calling the listing agent, save yourself the effort. But if you don't feel like doing that, when you walk in the front door and you smell dog, we know that's not, you guys with me? Thank you, Kiki, for sharing that. But yeah, you got to clear your sinuses. Guys, we cannot hide our head in the sand. If you see something, you can't unsee it. If you smell something, you can't unsmell it. Once you know of a material fact, you can't unlearn it. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. Did you guys write that down? We always have a duty. Do you hear my absolute word? To disclose material facts. There's never a reason for me not. There are no secrets. Once I learn about a property, I have a duty to disclose it to client and customer. Whoops, whoa. Goodness, I got away from myself. Sorry about that. All right, so this gets us to this idea of our duty to discover and disclose. It's twofold, isn't it? I got to look for those little red flags. I got to help my buyers and sellers discover, learn about, ask questions, investigate, find out. And once I learn, I have this duty to disclose. I do not have a duty or responsibility to diagnose. I am not an electrician. I'm not a plumber. I'm not a roofer. I'm not a general contractor. I'm not a structural engineer. I am just a real estate agent. My job is to discover and disclose, not diagnose. Stay in your lane. What did we say it meant to disclose?
To tell.
To tell. So you walk into a room with your buyers and you see a water stain on the ceiling. You say, hey, look, there's a water stain. Did I tell them? Did I point it out? Did I show it to them? I disclosed. The next question out of your buyer's mouth is going to be, what caused it? Is it a leak? I don't know. Is it condensation? Does the roof leak? Is there a bathroom above with plumbing? I don't know. What if the cat's litter box was on the second floor and they miss often and that's the cause of the stain? My job is not, I know, right? My job is not to tell you what caused the water stain. My job is to say, hey, look, water stain. And when your buyer says, well, what caused that? Well, that's what we help them investigate. That's what we help them find. Maybe we talk to a plumber, maybe we talk to a roofer, maybe we talk to the seller about getting a bigger litter box. We've got to investigate, ask questions, and find out, help the buyer learn what caused that water stain. Yeah, Cody.
So for instance, if you're showing a home and as you're walking out with your client, another realtor is walking in with their client and you notice something within the home while you were showing it, do you have an obligation to maybe inform the other client as you're walking out, hey,
yep,
you notice this?
Because that other buyer coming in is my customer and we have a duty. Now the listing agent should have told us about that stain, right? Because we all, listing agent, buyer's agent, everybody should say, hey, look, stain. So if you're talking to the listing agent, hopefully you knew about that, especially if the seller is listing agent. Now we're going to have better understanding about what caused that. But guys, yeah, we have no secrets. I want to share this with you guys. I find it absolutely fascinating how many times the real world runs parallel with what I'm teaching today in pre-licensing. What do I mean by that? My real estate sales firm, you know, I wear two hats. There's the teacher Julie and then there's a sales hat Julie. So the real estate sales firm had our monthly meeting yesterday. Do y'all want to know what the topic was yesterday at our meeting? Material facts. We had a whole meeting on this yesterday and y'all want to know why? I don't know where, I didn't catch that part, but somewhere in the world, there's a lawsuit going on. And a former buyer is suing their agent because during the home inspection, the agent offered their opinion about the defect, about what was wrong, about what they need to do to fix it. And based on what the unexperienced agent told their buyer relied on that information because, guys, we put ourselves out there as the expert. And when I start offering my unprofessional opinion because I'm not a home inspector, because I'm not a structural engineer, I'm not a general contractor, and I start putting my opinion about those matters out there, I'm the expert. Isn't the buyer shouldn't they rely on what I say? So this buyer took their agent's advice, and for a better way of saying it, their agent was wrong, and it cost them lots of money. And now there's a court case. And while that's all fine and dandy, the concern is that that's going to be the start of many. Again, we know how this works. Once somebody sues, 50 other people stand up and say, oh yeah, me too. And so once buyers start learning about this, can we see more of these cases coming? Can we see more of these incidences? The agents, guys, we mean well and we want to help. We have to stay in our lane. If you're a licensed electrician, if you're a plumber, if you're a roofer, if you're a contractor, currently actively licensed, you can offer your opinion. If you're not, shut up. Don't say anything that is not in your realm of experience and your realm of expertise. The other thing I have to say about that before we take a break, the Real Estate Commission, we mentioned the disciplinary action comes out once a month. We'll talk more about that. Once a month, they release the disciplinary action. We know who did what. They list their names, what firm they're with, what city they're in, what they did wrong, and what their punishment is. We'll talk more about that. We're not playing around with disciplinary action. Y'all want to know what I've seen pop up in the disciplinary action more this year than I've ever seen before? Material facts, mishandling material facts. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. I leave you on this on break. Yesterday's meeting also, we had a home inspector come in and talk to us, and he was sharing with us what he experiences out in the field. And he provided us with a piece of paper of things that he has heard agents say in home inspections. Things he has heard, he didn't make this up, things he has heard agents look at their clients in a home inspection and say, I bet you could just throw a sump pump in here and finish this basement. Are you a sump pump expert? Are you a basement expert? I bet you my handyman can do it for cheaper. Do we know what they're doing? Oh, where's my, I had two favorite. The wiring has been here for 69 years and they haven't had a fire yet. So the electrical is fine. Mima never pumped her septic and has never had an issue. I'm sure the on-site septic system is fine. Do we see problems? He gave us a whole list of things not to say. And you know what the response to all these is? Stay in your lane. You will be held liable when you offer your opinion on diagnosing material facts. So please, let's see this. My job, my duty is to discover, investigate, and learn. And once I find, disclose, and then stop talking. Do not diagnose. At the end of the meeting, our owner made us all stick up our right hands and say, we will not offer our opinion for things that we are not certified, for things that we are not qualified. She made you hold up your hand and repeat after me. Yeah, we all did it. Because this one lawsuit, disciplinary actions in the commission, guys, please don't negate material facts. These are gaining and rising in importance, and we're seeing them come up more and more and more and more. Big, big topic. So we got pizza too, so that was nice. The home inspector brought us pizza. So that's one thing people like to do when they come see you, they bring you food. So, you know, us starving real estate agents, this is one way to eat. Go to your sales meeting. They'll feed you. All right, so we got to take a break. I got more to say about material facts. This conversation is not over, but we do need to take a break. So let's take 10. We come back, we'll talk more about, keep going on material facts. Have a good evening. we can't do that. That's too weak. I gotta do something else to get y'all's attention. So we're back to the clock on Tuesday. I tried. Sometimes you gotta try something new, right? So we're back. Welcome back. Working our way through unit 7. So let me go ahead. I can see, yep. So let me go ahead and take attendance. Let's say more, keep going on material facts. It's just a very deep conversation. Again, I think a good rule of thumb, if this was your home, or if you were going to buy this home, don't we know that with problems? Don't we know that things are wrong? We know what's up, right? So let's take that same kind of mentality working with our buyers and sellers. So let's take a pause for just a second and break this down. I'll kind of reiterate what we've been saying the broker's duty responsibility is. Please note that word always. Write it in caps, highlight it, underline it 6 times. We always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts, regardless of whether or not I'm talking to a client or a customer. I cannot avoid my responsibilities of disclosing material facts by using disclaimers. So I can't put in my MLS listing, buyer to verify all mechanical components of the home. If I know there's an issue with the mechanicals, I have to disclose. We cannot use disclaimers to avoid responsibility. I can put a disclaimer in there that says buyer to verify, but it's not to avoid my responsibility. I still have a duty to disclose material facts. And I need you guys to be looking out for your little red flags. We cannot be oblivious to things. Guys, when you're working with buyers, how many of you bought a home in the last, I don't care, 5 years, let's say? When you guys were buying your home and you were out with your agent, assuming you had an agent, maybe you didn't, but when you were out looking at properties that you want to buy, typically when buyers walk in the front door, they're looking at how does this home fit my family needs? How does this work for us? Buyers typically are going in the front door the first time with their rose-colored glasses on. They're not looking for defects and stains and cracks. They're looking at the overall picture. I do not need to be walking in the front door thinking about how this home works for me. Because guess what? I'm not the one buying this home. I'm not the one that gets to pay the mortgage. So I'm going to help my buyers see things that maybe they're not. So they go in looking at how does it fit my family. I go in looking at the ceiling, looking at the walls, looking at the floors. So I can say something when I see something. I'm not diagnosing. I'm helping them see. I'll share this. I had a buyer once. She blew my mind. This is my life. It's my aha moment. We were out looking at property one Saturday, and we went into home, and we were in the kitchen, and she was standing there having a conversation with herself about if this kitchen would work for her and her family. And I'm looking around everywhere, and I happened to notice that all of the baseboards, every single baseboard in that kitchen was chewed up, gnawed on, scratched, claw marked, something. They had a big dog that they kept trapped in that kitchen, and the dog took it out on the baseboards at some point. And I jokingly said, dang, you'll have to get new baseboards. And she said, what? I'm sorry, what are you talking about? She didn't even see it. Why? Because she wasn't looking at the particulars of the baseboard. She was imagining herself cooking dinner for her family. Does that make sense? We're seeing things through 2 different sets of eyes. That's why they hire me, to help them see things that they don't, or help them see things that they don't know to look for. That's what we need to be, something different than what they are. Let's talk about, let's just go ahead and put this out there. Hands down, this is one of the top 2 big conflicts between the listing agent and the seller. One of the big conflicts is our commission. Are you willing to reduce your commission? We'll talk about that. Another big conflict is material facts. Listing agent versus seller. Seller can hide behind caveat emptor. Seller doesn't have to disclose much, do they? Seller can keep their mouth shut and not tell anybody anything. License law and commission rule says I have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. Do we have a conflict? Big time. Remember, you guys, OCAR says I follow my clients' lawful instructions. So when the seller looks at you and says major mechanical issues, shh, don't tell anybody. Can I follow those instructions? Can I say, well, seller, you're the client, you're the boss, and you're the one who set the rules. So if you don't want me to tell anybody, I won't. Is that how we respond? Every single one of you shake your head no, please. We have to tell the seller our duties and responsibilities for material facts up front before we start trying to discover, before we start learning. So let's go back to day one when we meet the seller. We show up at the listing appointment. Maybe we're going to get the listing. Maybe it's a competitive listing appointment and the seller's talking to multiple agents to decide which one they want to hire. Guys, I'm telling you right now, when you go to a seller's home for a listing appointment, sellers are proud. I mean, this is their home. And they're ready. You walk in the front door, they're ready to give you the grand tour. Let me show you around. Come on, let me show you, let me show you. Somebody's got to control this conversation. And the person to control the conversation is me and you. And before we start going around and looking at stuff, we need to sit down at the kitchen table or the dining room table or the living room, I don't care. But we need to sit down and look at the seller and have this conversation and say, you don't have to disclose, but I do. And let them know up front before we start going around discovering material facts. Because once I discover, now I have a duty to disclose. And the seller is going to ask you. The seller's going to ask you to speed. The seller's going to ask you to not disclose material facts. And this is probably one of the best cases, the best examples that we say we follow our clients' lawful instructions. Sellers cannot make me not disclose material facts. Yeah, Phil.
Yeah, so you mentioned the seller's disclosure. So if they don't want to disclose, how and who are you disclosing to if you see something that's a material fact? You're not putting it on the MLS, are you? Or are you just...
So that's a good question, Phil, because the Real Estate Commission doesn't dictate how we disclose. They just dictate that we disclose. So if I don't want to put it MLS for the world to see, then I wait until I have a prospective buyer, till I have an interested party. And then I'm going to communicate either with them or their agent. So whether I email them, text them, phone call, put it in MLS, the delivery method isn't specified, just that we do. And then you got your documentation, right? If I send you an email saying, thank you so much for showing my listing this afternoon, by the by, you know, whatever. Now I have my documentation. And by the way, you do too. So you can't say I didn't know, because I can say, oh, but I sent you an email that you responded to. Document, document, document. And again, that's a good question. There's no correct delivery method, just that we disclose. If you come into my open house on Sunday, I'm not going to say, hey, Phil, welcome to my open house. There's a water stain on the ceiling, right? I'm not going to bombard you with material facts when you walk in the front door. But if you start acting interested, I'm going to look, okay, there's a couple things about this home that you need to be aware. Da-da-da-da-da. Again, you guys, back to disclosing the conflict with sellers and listing agents. It's been my experience on many things that if we communicate and set the expectations up front, there's less room for conflict later. So don't wait until the seller tells you there's a problem and then say, well, I have a duty to disclose that. Have the conversation with the seller before they start pointing out the problems, before you start discovering. Sit down with them. You are the professional in that relationship. You need to drive that relationship. You need to drive that conversation. So set those expectations, communication early up front, so we all know what page we're on throughout the entire transaction. Yes, ma'am.
So this might just be repeating what we just said, what you just said, but so basically it doesn't matter how you disclose, you just need to have that portion completed. But under our document everything, we would need to write a summary basically of that conversation. So in our minds, yes, you can disclose in any matter you see fitting in the situation, but you still need to have it in writing. So document everything, document it anyways.
She's got it.
Okay.
She's got it. So if I call you and I say, Aubrey, I thank you for showing my listing this afternoon. If your buyers are interested, I think you want to know this. I'm going to follow it up with an email. Or actually, I might text you and say, Aubrey, I'm getting ready to shoot you an email. Will you check it out before your buyers make it? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that way I have that documentation. Because to your point, guys, seriously, what do we document?
Everything.
Everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you got verbal, you got nothing. So let's look at an example together. Sarah's a listing agent. She's performing a listing presentation for Mark. During Sarah's walkthrough of the property, by the way, Sarah told Mark her duty to disclose. During Sarah's walkthrough of the property, she notices a stain on the ceiling. So she asks Mark, little red flag goes up, right? So now what's your duty? Discover. Stain on the ceiling, little red flag goes up. Hey, Mark, how'd you get that stain on the ceiling? Mark says, Mark's an honest guy. Mark says, well, the roof has leaked. I've repaired it 3 times, but ultimately this thing needs to be replaced sooner rather than later. Mark goes on to say, actually, that's part of the reason why I'm selling is because I don't want to put a new roof on this house. And then he tells Sarah, shh, don't tell anybody. Can Sarah follow Mark's lawful instructions on that? Can Sarah say, okay, Mark, I want you to hire me. I want to be your listing agent. So I promise you, if you hire me, I won't tell anybody. Again, if Sarah did right, Sarah had this conversation with Mark before she ever walked around the house and saw the water stain on the ceiling and had this conversation with Mark. So the fact that Mark asked her to do this, Mark is asking her to go outside of her authority. Mark is asking her to speed. Does the cop care who makes you speed? Does the cop care the reason why you press that pedal a little bit harder? We've got to stay in our lane. We've got to be within our speed limits. Guys, quite frankly, Mark is the one that messed up here, wasn't it? If Mark had already painted it 3 times, why didn't he do it the 4th before Sarah ever showed up? Because if Sarah never saw the stain, would Sarah know there's an issue? That's that latent defect. I can't disclose what I don't know. So had Mark grabbed some kills before Sarah ever got there, we may not have had this conversation until it leaked again while we had it listed. So that's a good point. You list it and there's no water stain. During the listing, a water stain appears. I got a new material fact on my hands, right? I didn't have a material fact when I listed it, but now I do the open house on Sunday and I go, son of a gun, what is that? Discover and disclose, and that doesn't go away once you get the listing.
If the seller lies, are we still here responsible?
This gets tricky. If the seller lies, do people lie sometimes? Unfortunately. If the seller lies, the question is going to be, could I have known otherwise? So if the seller says, no, there's not a single problem with this home, I promise. Is that probably a lie? My little red flag should go up. If the seller says, well, that water stain or that stain on the ceiling, that's art. That's me just being creative. Is my little red flag going up? You need to go back to art school, don't you? Right? So do sellers lie? And we'll talk about what happens when principals understand our agency relationships are like a 2-way street. Both parties have duties and responsibilities to each other. So if either party breaks their duties and responsibilities, we're dealing with a breach of an agency agreement, and the principal may be held accountable for my actions if I had no way of telling otherwise. Does that make sense? So
Yes, it
I'm gonna
does. Thank you.
rely on what the seller tells me unless a little red flag goes up. Marina, I'll get you in just one second. Let's say you're at this listing appointment and you and the seller walk in the kitchen and you ask the seller, of the appliances that are staying, the stove, the dishwasher, the garbage disposal, are you willing to leave the refrigerator? Of the appliances that are staying, does everything work properly? And the seller says yes. And if I look around and my untrained eye doesn't see any other reason to not believe that, then I'm going to proceed under the assumption that the appliances in the kitchen are in good working order. It's not like I'm going to say, well, I'll be the judge of that and run over there and turn the oven on and turn the burners on and be like, we're going to see about that. You know, if my seller says, yes, everything in this kitchen works fine, and I have no reason to think otherwise, I'm going to rely on what they say. Now, what if I look at the oven and the door is like cockeyed just a little bit and it's not sealed? Well, I'm not an oven expert, but I know my oven at home doesn't look like that. I know my oven door at home is straight and it seals when I close it. You guys with me? That's what we mean by little red flags. But if that oven looks normal, like you think an oven should look, all I can do is rely on what the seller tells me. We're encouraging our buyers to get home inspections. So if that oven's not working, if those appliances aren't working, hopefully the buyer will discover it during the home inspection. Marina, thank you for your patience.
No problem. So my question is, if Mark were to say that the stain is from like a previous leak or something like that, do we have to just disclose then that it has had a leak before, or do we have to further look into that and say, well, maybe, like, what do we do?
My first question to Mark would be, do you have receipts? Do you have invoices? Because if this thing was properly fixed, they're gonna fix that stain. We wouldn't have even seen it. If we discover something that's been corrected, ask for invoices and receipts. Ask if they have proof that the mechanic came and did the work. If they don't, and they insist, again, sometimes we can only rely on what they tell us. So sometimes we just have to use our best judgment, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that would be my first question to Mark. Great, you've had this fixed. Well, Mark, why didn't you paint the ceiling for the 4th time? You did it the first 3 times. So why didn't you paint it the 4th time once you got it fixed? And then my second question would be, can you show me your invoices or something? So if this does come up, we can show that it's been fixed. But otherwise, my statement might be, seller said this has been addressed and corrected. Yeah, Cody.
Not to stay on topic too much, but if you do your walkthrough with your seller and you create your list of material facts, I'm assuming then you send the list over to your seller because you have to disclose it to everybody. Does that cause a big conflict sometimes between you and your seller?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Next to my commission, whether or not we're disclosing material facts or not. And again, this is where I'm a big, big fan of communication and setting those expectations up front. Letting the seller know early. This is my duty under license law and commission rule. These are your rights under caveat emptor, but this is my duty under license law and commission rule. I mean, guys, what if Mark was your brother? What if Mark was your best friend, right? I mean, this could get, there's something to be said about doing business with family and friends. But anyway, this is, you're going to refer your brother to another agent, get a referral fee. Yeah, there's something to be said in doing business with family and friends. But now we got a bigger conflict of interest, right? Because now Mark is blood. You guys share parents, and Mark is saying, but you know, remember that time that I saved you on the playground? You owe me, you know? Yeah, that means nothing. Because we always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts, even if Mark is your brother. Yeah, Victoria?
So with this like stain situation and you needing to discover things, like say that like the listing agent and everything, like they go through, they don't notice anything, like the wholesale goes through, and then the buyer, like after they've closed, says, oh, I noticed this stain. Like they notice it after they didn't notice it before either. Like, is it are the agents at fault in the sense that they like should have seen it, or is it more like one of those things where they didn't notice, so they're not doing anything wrong because they didn't disclose something they didn't know? I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. And that gets us back into whether or not something is latent or hidden and not obvious, or if something is obvious. A water stain, I keep saying water stain. See, I learned something yesterday in my meeting. I don't know that stain is there because of water. What do I know? I know there's a stain. So less than 24 hours later, here I am trying to retrain myself. Words mean everything, don't they? So I see this stain and I say, hey, look, there's a stain. Mark paints it over. That's now latent. If I don't see it, I can't disclose it. Again, funny, put this aside. Mark is the one that went wrong here. Mark should have painted it a fourth time before the agent came, but Mark allowed the agent to see it, and now I know. Had Mark hidden it, it would be that latent defect. I look at the ceilings, I don't see a stain. Maybe there's still a leak up there, maybe there's not, I don't know. But you know what I don't see? I don't see a stain. So is there something up here? If there is, it's latent.
Thank you.
Guys, material facts. It's one of these things that you're going to spend some time with on this weekend. Yes? Everybody shake your head. Yes. Is it going to be weekend fun with agency? Oh yeah. So, so these material facts, and I got some good resources for you guys. I'll point those out in just a second. But again, you guys, in Unit 7, we mentioned before class started, if you hadn't logged on yet, we were kind of chit-chat for a minute about what we were getting ready to get into. And Unit 7 is one of those things that this is not a one and done. You need to revisit Unit 7 several times. And if you're sitting here right now going, material facts are easy, I got it, my gosh, Julie, can't we just move on? You're doing it wrong. And I need you to revisit it. I need you to know that you're not there because you've either seen this once or twice now, and it's something you got to revisit over and over and over again. So again, I got a couple other resources for you guys that I'll share with you. With that being said, let's move on. I know we're going to go back and review. The problem with material facts is when we don't discover and disclose. That's when we violate a license, law, and commission rule. So we're getting ready to talk about some prohibited conducts of material facts. If we mishandle material facts, this is what we're doing wrong. But before we look at the prohibited conducts, I want to go off book for just 1 second. So we're going to go off book, and I want to take a few steps back, and I want to just define some words. So let's define a misrepresentation. Let's define an omission. A misrepresentation is a lie. You opened your mouth and a lie came out. Maybe that lie was in your advertising. Maybe it was verbal. Maybe it was in an email. Maybe it was in a text. I don't care. Somehow you got the false information out there to the consumer. The other thing that we can do wrong with material facts is keep our mouth shut or omit. If you omit something, you left it out, haven't you? So if you omit a material fact, you've let that out of your conversation. So misrepresentation is a lie. An omission, you left it out. Again, we're just breaking down some. We're going to do a mashup here in a second. A couple other words to define. A willful act is one that is done with knowledge. It's done with intent. Something that is done willfully is done on purpose. And negligent act then is unintentional. It's an accident. You didn't mean for it to happen, but guess what? It still happened. So we've just defined some words. Now, if we do a mashup, we're looking at the prohibited conduct that we're seeing at the bottom of page 143. I refer to these as the big four. If you are violating a material fact, if you are not properly handling a material fact, you're doing one of the big four. Now we're going to break all these down. Again, these are in your books, page 143. So of the big four, of the prohibited conducts of material facts, first up we have willful misrepresentation. You know and you lie. You know darn well. Name it. A leak, plumbing issues, mechanical issues, what? Basement floods every spring? I don't know how you know. Maybe you ask questions, maybe the seller volunteers. But you know that there's a material fact. And when asked, you flat out lie. Willful misrepresentation. You have actual knowledge and you intentionally misinform. We never have a golden ticket to lie. And if you do it on purpose, you've committed, you're guilty of willful misrepresentation. So let's look at an example together. A seller's agent is aware. They are aware. Does that mean that they know? Yeah. Seller's agent is aware that the present owners of the property had serious problems with electrical wiring. Nonetheless, the broker tells a prospective purchaser that all mechanical systems are in excellent condition. They know there's a problem and they lied. Willful misrepresentation. I got a lot more examples for you guys, by the way, on these as well. I will show you. I got some, like I said, I got some good resources to help you guys. Because Unit 7 gives you, what, a page and a half on material facts? I got more for you, don't worry. So willful misrepresentation. You know, and you lie. Negligent misrepresentation then means you didn't know, but guess what? You still put the wrong information out there. Maybe it was a mistake. It was done unintentionally. You didn't mean to lie, but you did. So you unintentionally misinformed. You still put the wrong information out there, either because you didn't know you were given the wrong information to begin with, or because you made a mistake. Does anybody ever make a mistake? How many mistakes have I just made today? You know, I mean, right? We're human. We make mistakes. Guess what, you guys? The commissioners, our real estate commissioners, they too are human. They too make mistakes. If you make a mistake, once you find out you make the mistake, make it right. Do you have interested buyers? Do you have people that are seriously considering? You found out you made a mistake? It's okay. Just make it right. When it comes to any negligent act, any unintentional act, part of the Real Estate Commission's investigation is going to be to perform a reasonable standards test. And with the reasonable standards test, the commission is going to ask themselves, would a reasonable broker, could they have known this? Or did this get outside of our lane? We're not certified electricians. Could I have known that? Could I have found out otherwise? Could I have not put that false information out there? Could we all agree, just knowing what we know so far, could we all agree that a willful act is worse than a negligent act? A willful act was done with purpose. It was done with intent. You knew what you were doing. A negligent act, you didn't, but it doesn't change the fact that it didn't happen. So if I were to go down for anything, I'd prefer it to be for a negligent act, definitely not one with intent. So the reasonable standards test with any negligent act, again, we look at an example. While viewing a property in a subdivision, the buyer tells their agent that they want to build a large storage building in the backyard and asks if that would be okay. Buyer's agent calls the listing agent and says, well, everybody else in the subdivision has a storage building, so I'm sure your buyer can as well. Neither agent bothered to check the covenants to see if that shed is allowed. Guess what? Both of them could go down for negligent misrepresentation, because couldn't have both of them gotten their hands on the covenants and find out for sure whether or not a shed was allowed? The commission is going to say, why did you not check the covenants? Why did you not pull the covenants? Could you have found out? Absolutely. Just because we see a shed, the only thing we know when we see a shed is that somebody put a shed there. So the misrepresentations, you either do it intentionally or you do it accidentally. Either way, you got false information out there. Up next, we got willful omission. An omission means you kept your mouth shut. You didn't disclose. You didn't tell. You have actual knowledge. Willful omission, that says you have actual knowledge, but you kept your mouth shut. Guys, this is not a case of don't ask, don't tell. We're not going to wait for the buyer to specifically ask, are there any problems with electrical? Oh, well, since you asked, I'll go ahead and let you know. This is not that scenario. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. Failure to disclose intentionally is a willful omission. Once we know, we disclose. Seller's agent is aware that the listed property has suffered extensive termite damage that's not easily detectable. Maybe it's in the way deep, dark corner of the crawl space. Regardless of whether a prospective purchaser actually inquires about the possible termite damage or not, we still have that duty to disclose material facts. Because you were aware and you didn't disclose, you could be guilty of willful omission. You know, I don't care how you know, but you know, and you kept your mouth shut. The fourth of the big four then is negligent omission. Again, you kept your mouth shut because you didn't have knowledge, but you could have found out. Reasonable standards test. Let's say there's a proposed zoning amendment on the table. Can you find that out? Yeah, that's public knowledge. That's part of our checklist. Saying, well, I don't know, I didn't look it up. That's not going to keep you out of trouble. Again, if you could have found out, the expectation is that we do. If you keep your mouth shut and do not disclose, negligent omission, says the commission's going to ask, could they have found out? Reasonable standards test. You know, being experts of our market, sometimes paying attention to the local news every once in a while. I know the news is hard to watch these days, but paying attention to the local news every once in a while, that's going to keep us. And if this zoning amendment was highly publicized, it was all over the news, Fox 8 ran a special story on it. If you're the expert of your market, shouldn't you know that? Reasonable standards test says, well, yeah, because everybody else knows about it. How does the broker not? How do you not? Yeah.
Going back to your example of that, the guy with the painted the ceiling for the water stain.
Mhm.
So the Latin will cover us, but we told that potential buyer that, oh, no, we're sure there's no water stains here. I mean, no, it's never been a leak here. Would that still, I mean, it would be
Don't
neglect.
say that. Don't
So
say,
just
unless you know the history of the home. You can only make that statement if you know the history. If you say something like never, you can only say that. So what you can say is, my seller says that they haven't had a leak since they've owned the property.
Okay, gotcha.
It's all in the wording, DJ. So don't say things like never, because you're saying this owner and the owner before them and the owner before them and the owner before them. You with me? So in that
Gotcha.
sense, we can say like, my seller said that they've never had a problem with leaking since they've owned. Great question. Thank you.
And if they have, they are now negligent for telling you a lie, basically.
Yes.
Okay,
And again, if it goes down, the thing is going to be, could you have found out? The judge is going to ask you that. The commission's going to ask you that. Could you have found out? So here's our example of negligent. Brokers viewing a house in February, getting ready to list it. The house is unusually cold, but the broker doesn't ask any questions about the heat pump. You're sitting there in a house in February at a listing appointment, your coat and gloves and scarf and hat, freezing to death. Is your little red flag going up? Like, hey, does the heat work? Hey, can we go check that out? As it turns out, guess what? The heat pump doesn't work. That's why you were cold. Buyer buys, they choose to waive the home inspection. Home inspections are generally not required. So the buyer buys. Obviously, they waive the home inspection because they were never informed that the heat pump doesn't work. The listing agent in that case could be guilty of negligent omission because you could have asked some questions. Your flag, little red flag, could have gone up. Again, if the seller says, oh yeah, it works just fine, I'm just trying to save some money, I don't want to run it, my little red flag's still going up because that just doesn't seem reasonable to me. Well, let me just turn it on for a minute, just to see. No, don't do that. Flags going around like crazy. We've got to pay attention to these little red flags, you guys. Okay, let's talk about a couple of sources. First off, look with me in your book on page 144. through 146 gives us the big four, 2 omissions and 2 misrepresentations. And it also gives us examples of each. I think studying the examples, looking at the examples is a lot more helpful than staring at the definition. We need to know the definition. We need to know what they are. But I think the examples help solidify that. As you're going through these examples, as you are spending time with the big four, I think a couple good questions to ask yourselves. Question number 1, first, ask yourself, did the agent lie or did they keep their mouth shut? Is it a misrepresentation or an omission? And then we can ask ourselves, did they do it on purpose or did they did it by accident? Did they do it unintentionally? Your exams, this is pretty much what you're looking at. You'll get a scenario and your answer choices are going to be willful misrepresentation, negligent misrepresentation, willful omission, and negligent omission. So the first thing you need to ask yourselves is, did the agent lie or did they keep their mouth shut? And then I recommend determining if they did it intentionally or unintentionally. And answering those questions, it's helpful to look at the examples. So that's one source I have for you guys. Another source, if we look in the online learning system under the Unit 7 material, I have a document in here called Summary of important points. And this is that's a 5-page summary of material facts. So your book in Unit 7 gives you a whopping 1.5 pages. We've spent a lot of time on 1.5 pages, haven't we? This summarizes what we talked about. This, I can't take credit for this. This came from last year's CE class. Here it is. Our update course 2022-2023. So I grabbed this from CE and put it in here for you guys to take all of this and give it to you in nice bullet points. So I do recommend, when we're spending time with material facts this weekend, I do recommend looking at this to help summarize it. So again, it's in the Unit 7 material in the online learning system. The other thing I want to introduce you guys to, we've started talking about license law and commission rule. So still in the online learning system, when we scroll down to the bottom, we can see we have a section here called license law and commission rule. This conversation specifically about this section will come at the end of class. We do license law and commission rule near the end. But one thing, a couple things from here I want to go ahead and introduce you guys to. First off, the Real Estate Commission prints and provides us with license law and commission rule. So you can see here we have, break it down into contents. There's the law, 93A. There's the rule, 58A. And then there's comments on the law and the rule. I'm a realist. And I know you guys aren't going to sit down and read license law and commission rule. I can't say I blame you. I don't know that you need to yet. Because pretty much in this class, everything we're talking about is law and rule. However, you guys, these comments summarize the law and the rules. So because the comments, it's an easier read than sitting down trying to read license law 93A. And so what we've done, the next thing down here in the online learning system, we have pulled out the comments and just given you this document. So I don't think it's a bad idea to look at law and rule. I think you guys need to read the comments. When we do this section at the end of class, this is primarily where it's coming from. I think you guys should start this now. I think it would be it's so in depth to sit down and try to read it all in one sitting. So I'm giving you this now, knowing we'll talk about it in November, giving you a couple months to break it down into chunks and read this thing. This is most of your state-specific section. So thumbs up first. We know the comments is what we want to focus on. We know that this is what we want to look at. Make yourself a note, please, to look at the comments. Can I get some thumbs ups? And we're going to read this. I'm not going to make you pinky swear me, but we're going to read this, right? Y'all want to know what's on your state exam, the state section of your state exam? Here it is. If we look at the comments, and we're just going to fast forward because I know you guys will read it. I know we're going to talk about it later. But if we scroll ahead, check it out. In the comments of license law and commission rule, they also talk about material facts. And after they too define material facts, after they too, this is page 4, after they too tell us what is a material fact, then they give us, where is it? The big 4, willful misrepresentation with more examples. So you have examples in Unit 7, you have examples in the comment. Here's negligent misrepresentation, again, with an explanation, examples, willful omission, and willful misrepresentation. You got 2 different sets of examples, 2 different sources. I'm giving you guys material facts in both the textbook and license law and commission rule. Are material facts important? Can you expect to see questions on material facts on your exams? I'm giving you 2 sources. What does this tell you about material facts? Okay. So I do encourage you guys to start reading these comments now. Break it down into sections. If you just want to start with material facts in the big 4, you got it right here. a lot of this stuff we mention before we ever get to this section in the class. So a lot of times this section of the class is a really good review for most of it, but either way, we will eventually cover it. Again, please don't feel the need. This is why I'm introducing you to this now. We got like 6 or 7 weeks before we're talking about it, because I hope you guys will take the time to look at this and read it, knowing that this is the majority of the state section of your exam. Have you guys ever heard the expression, how do you eat an elephant? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your elephant. Please read this for your exams. You're not reading it for me. You're reading it for your exams. And as mentioned, material facts in the real world are getting really big, really fast. Disciplinary actions, lawsuits, it's happening right now. So, material facts. Yes, we're going to get on board. What questions or comments do we have? Take our last break. When we come back, there's some things, not everything is a material fact. There are some things that are not material facts. So that'll come up when we come back. Let's take 10. back for the last hour. How we doing? We hanging in there with me? Are we seeing why Unit 7's dense? What are we like? Handful of pages in? It got really deep, really fast, didn't it? Well, thank you. It's, again, you guys, you got to revisit over and over and over again. With that being said, please don't forget about units 1 through 6 and 20, right? So even though we're moving on to agency and contracts, we're moving on from the first part of the class, you still may want to go back and refresh that because there's some good testing material. Did I not take attendance? I don't remember if I did or not. So let's just better safe than sorry. Sometimes I forget. Thank you. Okay, now I did, and I know for sure. Okay, my little brain, y'all, I tell you what, and it gets littler and littler. Okay, so we've talked about things that are considered material facts. So let's take a step back now and talk about things. Perfect, thank you. The things that are not considered material fact in North Carolina. So in North Carolina, a couple things that are not a material fact. First up, the haunted house on the block. Any stigmatized properties branded by society as undesirable. Maybe it was the site of some kind of serious conviction, murder, suicide, etc. Stigmatized properties are not a material fact in North Carolina. Let's talk about what that means. When I tell you something is not a material fact, what that means is we don't have to volunteer the information. However, if we are asked, I still don't have a golden ticket to lie. You won't have to work with many buyers. You won't have to show many properties before a buyer looks at you and says, did anybody ever die in this house? Comes up on the regular. If anybody ever passed away in the home, if you're the listing agent, maybe you know the sellers, maybe the seller volunteers the information. Because it's not a material fact in North Carolina, we don't have to volunteer it. I don't have to tell prospective buyers. But if we're ever specifically asked, we can't lie. Now, let me ask you guys something. If you're with buyers, you all walk in the front door at the same time together. We're all seeing this home for the first time. And your buyer looks at you and says, anybody ever die in this house? Isn't an honest answer, I don't know. I've never been here before. If you know, though, you can't lie. If it is a family member or somebody you know and you're asked, you can't lie. So it's not a material fact because we don't have to volunteer it. Again, this is specific to North Carolina. I don't know other states' laws and rules, but I kind of learned the hard way that some states, this is considered a material fact. I was shown property once to a young man from Iowa or Indiana or one of those I states, and he brought his parents in with him. And buyers' dads are the absolute best, by the way. So we walked in the house and Dad looked at me and said, did anybody ever die here? And I said, I don't know. And Dad said, you have to tell me. No, I don't. Well, in Iowa or Indiana or wherever the heck it was, you do. Well, Toto, you're not in Indiana anymore, are you? Welcome to North Carolina. So this is where it's important that we understand that this is specific to at least North Carolina, because you will have buyers from other states. A big part of our job, you guys, is to help educate the consumers on North Carolina Licensed Law Commission. Now, there is one exception to this rule. If you are ever asked, or it ever comes up, whether or not anybody ever lived in the home that had AIDS or HIV, if we're ever asked that, our answer is always federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that. I'll say that again. Federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that, whether you know or not. Because those with AIDS or HIV are protected under fair housing, handicap, disability status. We're going to talk about fair housing in Unit 19. So we'll see this again. This is the time of the class that I get asked, Julie, have you ever really been asked that? And the answer is no, I have not. However, if I am asked, I know how to respond. I'm teaching you the speed limit. I'm teaching you the parameters of your job. So, federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that, whether you know or not. So, stigmatized properties are not a material fact in North Carolina. Another thing that's not a material fact in North Carolina is the presence of convicted sex offenders nearby. Again, I think this is another one that kind of bumps on our moral compass a little bit, so hear me out. We don't have to volunteer the information. When it comes to this, I'm a big fan of being the source of the source. So when your buyers or tenants, particularly those with children, ask you, are there any convicted sex offenders nearby? The suggestion is to send them, have them do their research and check with the North Carolina Sex Offender Registry website. If you know, you can choose to volunteer. You can choose not to volunteer. But I need us to be aware of a couple things. First off, this word says convicted. That means they've been caught and tried. Unfortunately, not all sex offenders have been caught yet. So I would be careful about making a statement about, there's no sex offenders nearby. The statement we can verify is convicted. How do we know they haven't been caught yet? So again, the wording means everything. The second thing to be aware of, you guys, convicted sex offenders can and do move. Now, Megan's Law is a law that requires convicted sex offenders to update their mailing address for the Sex Offender Registry website. I was told once that it could take up to 30 days to update the website. So you could look today, there could be a convicted sex offender next door that just moved in and the website just hasn't updated yet. Nothing we can do about that. The other thing is sex offenders can move. So while you may not have a sex offender that lives next door today, that doesn't mean that a sex offender can't move in next door tomorrow. You guys with me? So give the source, be the source of the source, and let them go do their own inspections and investigations and determine whether or not they are or are not comfortable with, and making sure that they understand the Sex Offender Registry website only gives us convicted sex offenders, and convicted sex offenders can and do move on the regular. So bottom line, let's know where our kids are and who they're with, especially if we just moved into a new neighborhood. And let's help keep them safe. The fact of this is not a material fact. I don't have to volunteer the information. I can choose to. And if I'm asked, I have to answer honestly. And mostly my response is going to be, let's go check out the Sex Offender Registry website and see what they got. What questions do I have about that? Not things that are not a material fact. I was in a CE class a couple years ago, pre-pandemic, and material facts were in CE. And this conversation came up, and one of the guys in the CE class said that he listed a home for sale. And when he's at the listing appointment, the sellers mentioned the fact that the gentleman across the street was a convicted sex offender. And the seller said, do we have to disclose that? So the agent and them had the conversation about how they can volunteer. The agent can't lie, da-da-da-da-da. In the end, the seller chose to disclose that the convicted sex offender lives across the street. I thought that was one of the more honorable acts that I've ever heard coming from a seller. Couldn't that hurt their negotiations? Couldn't that hurt their value through some people? The sellers chose to volunteer. Hear me when I say whether or not you volunteer, you or your seller volunteer, is a choice. We do not have to, but if we're ever asked, we cannot lie. Once you guys set your private chats, I've got a couple questions for you guys. We ready? Let's look through some of these. So please tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. I always love it when you guys answer with a question mark. Like, are you asking me or are you? Is everybody in? So let's see, which of the following would likely be considered a material fact requiring disclosure by a broker in a sales transaction? The finished basement without permits. Let's break these down. I got improper drainage, not yet visible. Can I disclose what I don't see? Can I disclose what I'm not aware of? So I have nothing to disclose here, right? The only reason you know it's there is because it told you. This answer choice told you. Same thing with water intrusion, that has remained hidden. I can't disclose what I don't know. These are our latent defects. If it's hidden or not obvious, I can't disclose. If you know, you have to disclose. Notified of an HOA, but it's going to be paid in full before closing. It's a done deal before the buyer becomes the owner, don't they? This is something that's behind us. So by the time it's paid in full and closing comes around, I have nothing to disclose. So while all of these, we could argue all these, we're not going to, but which one would likely be considered the material fact? The fact that they finished, the fact that we have unpermitted space. Remember, I can list unpermitted space, but I have to disclose the fact that it was finished without permits. And that's the one that would be the material fact. Yes, ma'am, Kiki?
So how would you know that?
We ask questions. Wow, this is a nice basement. It looks, I smell fresh paint. It looks nice, neat, and clean. Most basements in this neighborhood are not finished. Is this something you guys did? Little red flag.
I'm still
Yep.
confused
we
because
know?
I feel like you can ask about all of it. So, and I guess this is the big thing that trips us up is like they technically, and I know you're saying likely, but honestly, most people as real estate agents, we do know about like permitted space and non-permitted space, but I don't know. I don't think it's just
You're on the right track. You're absolutely heading in the right direction, but I can't disclose what I can't see. I
Yeah.
can't disclose what's hidden. If I can't disclose it, then it's not a material fact. That's that late material fact. So we
Right.
could ask the seller, hey, do you have any improper drainage in the basement of the crawl space?
And I
And
think
if it's
that's what I
not-
was getting at, so I
And if
don't
it's
know.
not yet visible, you can't go down there and look at it. The seller may not know it exists yet. There's nothing to disclose until it becomes visible, until
we
it
would-
presents itself.
We would know about the permit because of how the house is, how we're listing the space, right?
We're going through with the seller asking questions.
Okay.
Seller may say, I don't know, it was finished when I bought it. Okay. That's what we have to rely on. Seller said, oh yeah, I watched a YouTube video that told me everything I needed to know about finishing an unfinished basement. So I jumped on it and I didn't pull permits, right? These are all little red flags.
Okay.
But keep in mind, and I hear you, Kiki, but my whole kind of point to this is pulling out these key words so we know I can only disclose what I know. I can only disclose what is an issue when the buyer buys. And again, I'm a big fan of the examples, both in Unit 7 and those comments, because seeing those examples can help us see those words hidden. They may not use latent on your test. They may say hidden, not obvious, cannot detect. That's what we're referring to as those hiddens. So I'm taking them in the order I see them. Up next, I see D. D's hand.
Yes, I was looking because I'm trying to see, will we have most likely questions like this on the test? I think more so because when I was reading the questions, I was automatically assuming that these are all were already told to us versus us looking for the hidden words.
So
That
no,
was my
it
biggest.
doesn't say that we were told.
Mm-mm.
And that's where we need every single word means something. Do not read into the question. All the information that you need to answer the question, I promise you, is here. You guys don't have to start assuming. You guys don't have to start I call it the what if trail. What if this and what about that? As soon as you start that, stop, because you've deviated from the question. And if we start the what if game, couldn't any of these be a good answer choice? So
Yeah, because I definitely said all.
just stick to what. So it did not tell us that we were told. It just asked which one would likely based on that information. Thank you for that, sharing that, Dee.
Guys.
Yes, ma'am, Victoria.
Oh,
Hang on, take it in the order I get. I'm Victoria.
Thanks. So I understand why A and B wouldn't be the answer because of the not yet visible and because it's hidden. And then with C, if I understand the fact that like it's in full before closing, but what if that's something that like would impact if they wanted to close? And then the other part of my question is just like with the wording, because right now we have the opportunity to talk it out and to like figure it out together. But on the test, like the A and B weren't the right answer because they say it wasn't visible yet. But D doesn't tell us that the agent knows. So how is that I guess I still didn't understand how that's obviously the answer. Like I
I'm not
understand
telling you
the
this is
material's
answer.
right.
I'm saying of these four, this is the one that's likely to be, because I may be able to find out.
Okay.
I'm
And
not saying what I know, what I do know, but I'm saying, can I ask questions? Wow, check this basement out. Did y'all move in? Was it built like this? Right? Again, maybe the seller said, I don't know, it was like this when I got here. Okay. Did they pull it with permits? Seller says, I have no clue. Okay, well, now maybe we go to the tax records, see what the tax records say, right? We can investigate a little bit, but bottom line, can I find out whether or not space has been permitted or not? Absolutely. And that's what we're looking for here. What I can find out, what I can research and investigate, what should cause my little red flag to go up, versus what I don't know, what I can't see, what I can't smell. And I agree with you guys completely. These material facts get tricky. So please hear me with these examples in Unit 7 and in the comments to help kind of decipher that a little bit.
Oh, thank you. And with
Thank you.
yeah, and sorry, I hope this is okay. Just to ask with C, is it so you wouldn't need like to tell? Would you need to tell the buyer, right? Like, oh, like actually they're doing this thing with the sidewalks in case that would impact their decision, or why wouldn't you need to tell them? I guess is my
Yeah,
question.
no, we, they tell them buy the buy, but, they're gonna put, sidewalks in, so why wouldn't we tell them yes? But I guess what we're trying to get at here with C is any cost to the buyer. And it's not gonna be a cost to the buyer, whether they like it or not, sidewalks are coming.
Okay.
But what the buyer cares about with these is, yeah, sidewalks are coming, but it's already been paid in full. So as far as who gets to pay the assessment, the seller's already taken care of that. The buyer won't have that charge. Now they may be, building those sidewalks when you go show the property, right? They may have the concrete guy out there, or digging up the sidewalks. So we have flags going up going, gee, what's going on out there? And that's when we can say, call the listing agent or the seller and say, I see they're laying concrete. What's going on? Are they building sidewalks? Right? If the sidewalks are already there, then we can see them and we know that they're there.
Okay. Thank you for
So,
answering that.
Of course, of course. I saw Graham or heard Graham. Was that you? Yeah.
Yep, it was me. And it's not really a question, just a statement, kind of going back to what you were saying. If I can, guys, I've taken this test a bunch, and this is like my third time doing it. So fingers crossed, we'll get it right this time. They are going to try and get
You got
you
it.
so many times on this test. And what you'll do is you'll know so much knowledge, you'll start trying to apply a bunch of things and reading way too into what the question is. Literally just read that question 3 or 4 times and just look into what they're asking. Don't try and apply a bunch of different stuff to it, because I swear you'll overthink it and you'll select the wrong answer.
Every single time.
Every
Thank
time.
you so much for sharing that, Graham. Again, you guys, you read the test question and then you start, well, what about this? And what about that? Let me assume this. Do not read into the question. Just look at the question. Again, I promise you, the information you need to answer this question is in that question. You don't have to create or make up or insert. I promise you it's all there. So the moment you hear yourself going, well, what about, stop and go back and ask yourself, what is the question asking me? Because that's all they care about. Let's see. Let's try. And this is another reason why we guys want you doing lots of practice questions. Your tests are twofold. Yeah, you got to know the material. But the second part of it is you got to learn how to interpret these dang questions. Graham, you said that they like to trick you. That's kind of that's an interesting word right there, right? So for simplicity's sakes, let's just say they're trying to trick you. Why? They're making sure you guys have a good understanding on this stuff. And if one word can throw you off, do you have a good understanding of this stuff? And that's what you're proving to the commission, that you have the minimum competency for them to hand you a real estate license. Again, understanding this is all the beginning. So Graham says you got a lot of information. Guess what? You're not getting all of the information. We're just scratching surfaces in this class. There is more to come. That's called post-licensing. That's called actually getting out in the field. You really, really, really start learning once you get out there with buyers and sellers. And we will talk more about that process as well. So thank you guys for sharing. It's tough. If anybody ever told you these exams were easy, they misrepresented that information to you. See what I did there? If nobody told you these exams were hard, they admitted it. Okay, so we get it. These are tough tests because it's so much information. So we got to stay focused. I always think staying focused on what the question's asking, like putting your blinders up to help you eliminate distractors. Have you guys ever been to like Charleston or Savannah, and you can take like a carriage tour of the city? And you notice those horses downtown have blinders up. What are those blinders on the horses? keep their
To keep them looking
distraction.
straight ahead.
Yeah.
Right. So while I'm certainly not comparing you guys to horses, we get the idea, right? Put your blinders up to keep the distractions away. How do you do that? You focus only on what this question is asking you. Once you answer this question, you clean the slate and you start the next question with a blank thought, blank process. So with that being said, chats are still set. Private chat, A, B, C, or D. We in? So this is where words matter, right? The selling agent must disclose all the following to the seller except. Who is the selling agent? The one working with which party? I see mouths move.
Buyer.
The selling agent is the one working with the buyer. They are the ones selling the property. So the selling agent must disclose all of the following except the maximum price that your buyer is willing to pay. Does that impact their negotiation strategy? If you present an offer, for example, 300,000, and in that offer, you tell the seller, by the by, my guys will go down to 290. What's the seller going to say? I'm going to counter at $290,000. No, Maxim, let's go the other way. You offer 300. There we go. I'm sorry. You offer 300, knowing your buyer will go to 310. That's what I want to say. You offer 300, you know your buyer's going to 310, would be willing to go to 310. Do you going to share that with the seller? No, that's confidential information of your buyer. If your buyer's poor credit results in them not getting a loan approval, that's a material fact. If you discover that the roof leaks, that's a material fact. If you find a proposed zoning amendment, that is a material fact. We got to spend time with material facts, you guys. I don't know another way to say that. We've got to spend time with material facts. We will see material facts again when we get to license law and commission rule, because again, we're going to talk about those comments. So we'll revisit this. Please do not put this down until the end though. Again, unit 7, all of this, you got to revisit over and over and over again until it clicks. Page 147 gives us a list of additional duties. This is kind of like the laundry list of other things that we can't do. I'm just going to briefly mention these now, because again, we get into more detail in these when we get into license law and commission rule. So as you guys start looking at the comments, you're going to see these additional duties explained, and you're going to see examples of these additional duties. So I'm just going to mention them now to introduce them to you. You're going to read them in the comments, And then we're going to talk about them when we get to licensed law and commission rule. Everybody good? So to go through this pretty quickly, introducing you to it, I have a duty to avoid making false promises. If I tell somebody I'm going to do it, then I'm going to do it. I cannot make any false promises, anything that might influence or persuade somebody's decision. Let's say you're considering renting this room from me, and you come over and you check out this room and you say, well, Julie, this is a good room, but I'm not wild about the color of the walls. And I say, well, I'll tell you what, if you rent this room from me, I'll paint whatever color you want. And you say, great, awesome. Where do I sign? You show up on moving day. What color are the walls? Same color. Did I break my promise? Did you sign that lease under my promise? I have a duty to avoid making false promises, both to my principals and to my third parties, my customers. We have a duty to avoid conflict of interest. We're going to talk about dual agency on Tuesday. And one thing we're going to learn about dual agency is that dual agency has to be disclosed. Thus, undisclosed dual agency is a conflict of interest. I will bring this back up. We will talk about this. It's hard right now to get that first bullet point because we haven't even talked about dual agency yet. So coming back to that, I have a duty to avoid self-dealing. Conflict of interest would be putting my own interest above my principles. Remember, they are at the top. I put their interest above all others, including my own. Putting my interest above theirs would be self-dealing. Representing another broker or another firm without consent. Once you guys get licensed, we're going to talk about this process, but for right now, once you guys get licensed, you come into the industry on a provisional status. You guys are like brokers with training wheels. You remove your training wheels by taking your post licensing. You can drop your provisional status by taking your post licensing. Again, I promise more on that. Once you drop that provisional status, you're a full broker. A full broker could be dual affiliated, which means you could hang your license with 2 different firms. And it's okay to do that as long as you have consent of both firms. So whether or not you're dual affiliated or full broker, you can represent another broker, another firm without consent. That would be a conflict of interest. We have to properly account for funds held in a trust account, also known as an escrow account. Trust account is in the license law and commission rule comments. So we're going to talk about the trust account. We're going to start talking about that when we get into our sales contract. But properly accounting for funds. We have a duty to act competently. We have a duty to avoid improper conduct. Man, they don't let us have any fun at all, do they? We got to act competently. I got to avoid improper conduct. Some of these things just kind of make sense, I hope. So duties to avoid, additional duties. We have a duty to deliver instruments to the consumer, client, and customer. Let's talk about first off what the heck an instrument is. An instrument is just any document related to this transaction. So it's typically going to start with our agency agreement paperwork. We're eventually going to get them under contract, which means we have contract paperwork. And then fingers crossed, we're going to get them to closing, which means we have closing paperwork. I think a good rule of thumb, and you guys can agree with me on this, if a consumer signs it, they deserve a copy of it. Can we agree with that? So as their real estate agent, once they sign it, I have a duty to deliver them a signed copy of that document, that instrument, within 3 days of my receipt from the executed or the signed document. So we sign our agency agreement today. I send my buyers and sellers an email saying, here's our signed agency agreement. I look forward to working with you. We go under contract tomorrow. I send them an email and say, here's your signed contract. Congratulations. We go to closing. I say, yay, here's your closing paperwork. 3 days from our receipt. Please note that word says delivery. My job is to get it to them. How are you going to get it to them? I don't care. Put it in their hand, email it to them, snail mail it to them. Makes no difference to me. My job is to get it to them. What they do with it when they get it, it's not on me whatsoever. My job is to deliver. You going to document that delivery? What do you think? Yes or no? Yeah. If you email it, you got to send email now, don't you? That shows you a date and a timestamp that you sent it. So again, the method doesn't matter. By the way, this is under Commission Rule 58A.0106. I don't want you guys to know that. I don't want you to worry about. Sometimes I put these up just for reference. If I really, really want you to sit down and read something, I'll tell you. For example, 58A.0104. So I just have this here for reference, prove that it's like, for real. So delivery of instruments, 3 days from the receipt of the signed documents. Our principals and clients have a duty to know what my brokerage fee is, what my commission is. We hash out our fees in our agency agreements. We got to have the parties agree to our commission. We'll see that in Unit 8. If we're going to make a bonus, sometimes, for example, builders may offer a $500 bonus for any acceptable offers that come in between now and the end of September. So if I'm going to make a bonus, if I'm going to make more than we agreed to in our agency agreement, I've got to disclose that to my client. I've got to disclose my fees and commissions. Also on page 147, that in practice right there, I get asked a lot. So I think you guys should look at in practices because that's kind of like the real world. But in real estate, we have something called errors and omissions insurance, also known as E&O. This is kind of like our medical malpractice. So your firm comes with E&O policies to protect us in the event something happens that was out of our control. They're not going to protect you over intentional wrongdoings. But if things happen by accident, if things happen unintentionally, most firms will have us covered under E&O insurance. Again, think of our medical malpractice. So the bottom of page 147 then answers the question, what happens if we violate any of our agency duties? We've just started introducing them to you. I've already given you a whole list of laundry list of things you can't do. So what happens if we do breach and violate our agency duties? Well, as mentioned, you could face disciplinary action by the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Understand, you guys, the Real Estate Commission is a governing body that regulates our license. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission giveth you your license, and the North Carolina Real Estate Commission can taketh it away. If you get yourself in trouble, disciplinary action by the commission, all they can do is suspend or revoke or reprimand your license. You won't be fined or sued by the Real Estate Commission. There's only one time that the commission gets involved with matters of money. There's only one time that they can fine a licensee. Does anybody remember what that one time is? Yeah, wow, it's already coming in. I swear you guys are ready for me sometimes. The one time that you can be fined as a licensee by the Real Estate Commission. Timeshare developers. Timeshare developers can be fined up to $500, Unit 2, $500. That is the only time the real estate commission will get involved with matters of money. So let's talk briefly about this disciplinary action. Who remembers what the commission's main purpose is?
Protect the public.
Protect the public. From who? Yeah, from licensees. So they're protecting the public from us. Yes, from shady agents. Are they out there? We all are, aren't we? No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, that's their main purpose, is to protect the public when we're dealing with them. And if we harm their public, we can expect disciplinary action on our license. Everybody with me so far? So the injured party may hire an attorney to take you to court and sue you or fine you. The injured party may also file a complaint to the real estate commission. Once a complaint is filed, the commission will send you what's referred to as a letter of inquiry. Somebody said in the chat, the dreaded brown envelope. Now, 2023, the commission stopped snail mailing letters of inquiries. They now email it. But the letter of inquiry is not a disciplinary action. The letter of inquiry says there's been a complaint filed against you, and this is your opportunity to respond to the complaint. This is your opportunity to share your side of the story. Hear me. The real estate commission knows that there are 2, sometimes 3 sides to every story. So isn't it only fair that they give you the opportunity to share your side of the story? So there's been a complaint filed. They send you a letter of inquiry, which is your opportunity to respond to the complaint. What do you guys think? You going to be able to call the commission and say, I didn't do it? How are we going to respond to that complaint?
All the documentation that you.
All of that documentation that you're keeping, why are you keeping it? Heaven forbid you get the letter of inquiry, that is your out. So what do we document? Everything. Communications, emails, texts. Because if you get the letter of inquiry, so somebody files a complaint, the first thing the commission does is make sure it's a violation of license law and commission rule. Just because they file a complaint doesn't mean you're going to get a letter of inquiry. Yelp has made us all online critics, hasn't it? So the first step is making sure that we violated license law and commission rule. If they see there's a potential violation, they send you the letter of inquiry, you respond, they investigate the matter. And based on what their investigations, they'll either say, your documentation proves that you did or did not do it. Thank you for your time. This matter's been closed. Or it says, you are guilty and this is the disciplinary action we're going to take. They can reprimand your license, which is like a slap on the wrist, and say, don't do this again. Maybe they make you take extra, maybe they make you take an extra CE on agency or something. They could suspend your license, which means they could take it away for a period of time. A couple months, 2 years, all depends on how badly you've harmed their public. They could revoke your license. If they revoke your license, they took it back, and you will not get a real estate license again in this state, or probably any other state for that matter. So again, just because they file a complaint, I think I heard once that only like 80% of the complaints filed turn into a letter of inquiry. People get buyer's remorse after they buy a house. I mean, I get buyer's remorse sometimes after buying a sweater, right? So you can get buyer's remorse after buying a house sometimes. And sometimes buyer's remorse comes in the form of, let me file a complaint. The pandemic, you guys, there was an email that came out from the Real Estate Commission to all of us. They said, licensees across the state, we need to talk to you about something. because we are getting a lot of complaints from consumers about their agents cussing them out. Now, cussing somebody out is not a violation of license law and commission rule. However, there were enough of these coming through that the commission said, maybe we need to address the license. I can't make this stuff up. We're the professional. Do we get frustrated sometimes, especially during the pandemic? We were all frustrated, weren't we? We are the professional. There are other things that we can do to handle and diffuse a situation besides cussing them out. And then what blew my mind, apparently a lot of agents were cussing their buyers and sellers out via email or text. What did you just give them? Documentation. If you're
Documentation.
gonna cuss somebody out, do it to their face or over the phone. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But guys, seriously, they couldn't do anything. Now, they could be seen as improper conduct if it happens over and over and over again, right? Then they might do it. But it was enough that they issued kind of a heads up to us. You are the professional in this situation. Conduct yourself as such. So disciplinary action. Oh, by the way, if you are found guilty of disciplinary action, the commission releases an e-bulletin once a month. Once you're licensed, you'll get an e-bulletin. The e-bulletin contains really good information. Guys, there's over 100,000 licensees in the state of North Carolina right now. And the Real Estate Commission needs a means to communicate with us regularly. So the monthly e-bulletin is one of those means. And within the e-bulletin, each month is disciplinary action. If you face disciplinary action, they will print your name, full name, your firm, your city, what you did, and what the disciplinary action is in the e-bulletin for anybody to see. The wall of shame. Ouch. And, oh, we're not done. And they also print it in your local newspaper. So now grandma's seeing it too, right? Right? So if nothing else, keep yourselves out of the e-bulletin. This is why we're here. I'm keeping you out of the disciplinary action, out of the e-bulletin. If I ever see any of you in the e-bulletin, it's because you did something good and you impressed the Real Estate Commission. They want to tell the world. Fair enough? That's the only time we're going in the e-bulletin. How do you stay out? This is what this class is all about. Stay in your lane, stay within your parameters. Injured party could sue you. They could bring civil action. The district attorney, if so determined, could bring criminal prosecution. You could also face civil liability. The court can fine you. They can require you to pay, be liable for damages caused by the injured party. This does happen. Lawsuit right now. Buyer suing their agent because of statements they made at the home inspection. Here we are, guys. Like I said, we're in a litigious society. You sue at the drop of a hat these days, can't you? All I gotta do is find the right attorney. Is it earlier this year there was somebody suing Texas Pete because it wasn't made in Texas, right? You can sue anybody for anything. So could the injured party come after their agent? Yes. Does that scare you a little bit? Good. Hopefully that emphasizes the importance. Hopefully that makes us realize the importance of knowing, of being aware. All right, let me see. No, I better not. Oh yeah, let me say one more thing. This will be a good way to finish up the day, and then we'll talk about what next week's going to look like. As mentioned earlier, our agency duties, our agency agreements, the agency relationship is a two-way street. So I have duties and obligations to my principal. What do I owe my principal? What do I owe my client?
OCAR.
OCAR. I owe, you're driving your car, I love it. I owe them OCAR. It's a two-way street, so they owe me things as well. They owe me the duty to act in good faith. If you hire me to sell your home, it's awfully hard for me to sell your home if you never approve a showing and allow a buyer to see the property. How am I going to sell your house if you don't let somebody in the front door? So you have this duty to act in good faith. Now, guys, let's be reasonable here. What if your seller calls you and says the whole house has come down with COVID? Can we stop showings for 5 days? Well, of course, our answer is going to be, yeah, nobody wants to go in there anyway, right? So let's be reasonable. But if they never, ever, ever allow a showing, that's hindering my efforts to do the job that they hired me to do. So they have a duty to act in good faith. They also have a duty to ensure my compensation. They acknowledge in the agency agreement that I'm being hired to do a job. And once I complete that job, I deserve commission. So we will see that when we look at both of our agency agreements. Principals also have duties to the third parties, the other person in the transaction. So to the seller, the third party would be the buyer. Sellers are never allowed to lie. If the seller lies, the buyer finds out after closing. The buyer could choose to hire an attorney and go after the former seller, go after the former owner. They call you after closing and say, you know, I found all these material facts that was never disclosed to me. And I know I chose to waive the home inspection, but it was never disclosed to me. I didn't know. What do I do? And my answer is call your attorney. See if they can hold the seller liable for misrepresentation. Sellers, principals, I guess buyers and sellers, but probably more about sellers. Again, can be sued. You can sue anybody for anything. And this was asked earlier. The principal could also be held accountable for my actions if I relied on what they told me and I had no other way to determine otherwise. So if they want to come after me and I said, well, this is what my seller said and my little red flags didn't go up, the principal could also be held accountable for my actions. Again, though, we got attorneys involved, or need to get attorneys involved. I want you guys to be protected and represented in that scenario as well. Understand, it's a two-way street. Understand, nobody has a golden ticket to lie. We covered a lot today, didn't we? We're like not really through halfway through Unit 7 yet. So let's talk about next week. Next week, we'll still be in Unit 7 on Tuesday. If we get through Unit 7 on Tuesday, we won't be much into Unit 8. So we'll just focus on mostly being in Unit 7 this weekend. If you haven't had a chance to look at Unit 7 yet, please look at it this weekend. I hope if nothing else today showed us how difficult, how complicated, how deep this stuff can be. So it can help prepare us for our test. So that's where we are on Tuesday. Remember, you guys, no class on Thursday. So we only get to see each other once next week. And it'll be Unit 7. And we'll talk on Tuesday what the following week we'll look at. Good? All good? I'm available all weekend, you guys. I did say before class that I'm teaching a post-licensing class this weekend, but that doesn't mean I don't have, this thing stays tethered to me. So emails, texts, I get breaks, I get, before and after class. Never hesitate to reach out to me. Just know I'll get back to you when I can. It may not be immediately, but I will get back to you when I can. So please never hesitate to reach out to me. Let me help. Let's work through this agency thing together. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
Julie.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Bye, have a good weekend.
Bye.
Go
Bye,
do
everyone.
something fun this weekend too. Get your nose out the book. Go do something fun. We'll see you guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Julie, with all